Supremacy Games. Chapter 801 to 825. Chapter 801, An Unexpected Opportunity. No one knew if the spirits living there were capable of feeling or possess their previous life's memories. They wanted to know since it was related to their afterlife. For now, they only knew that the soul's guardian was intolerant of having the livings interact with his realm. It's simple really, I hijack the soul of someone on the verge of dying. Lord Quetzalcoatl explained, when he gets sent to the spirit realm, I separate myself with him and go explore on my own. Cheeky, is it possible for us to do it? Aspidakelone wondered. Yes, but I doubt you can hijack a spirit without my help. Lord Quetzalcoatl said, the concept is simple but the process is nothing but hell. What do you mean? Do you think it's possible to just sync your soul with another person without consequences? Lord Quetzalcoatl shook his head, if you do it, your soul will overpower the other person's soul easily and take complete control. It needs to be either compatible perfectly like two souls being from the same coin or by using my unique method. Indeed. Lady Sphinx agreed. Felix and Isna were the perfect example of what he said. If their souls weren't compatible perfectly, it wouldn't have been possible to coexist like this. It wouldn't make much sense if primogenitor's soul overpowered the other soul. It was their bus to the spirit realm after all. What's the method? Erebus inquired. I spent a very, very long time to come up with it. Lord Quetzalcoatl smiled widely, do you honestly think I will give it away free of charge? Fair enough. The primogenitors had no issues with buying his method if the price was acceptable. After all, visiting the spirit realm was one of the few things they hadn't experienced in their eternal lives. Even if they get caught by the soul's guardian and kicked away, they would have at least visited the spirit realm once. Don't be mistaken, I am not going to sell you all my method. Lord Quetzalcoatl informed, I will be handling the process of entering the spirit realm personally. Plus, I will do it only for 3 people. I would rather not enrage the soul's guardian completely. The primogenitors were somewhat disappointed to hear about his conditions. Sadly, it was his method and he could set any rule he wanted. I will give you 5-dimensional pockets. Lady Sphinx was the first to express her interest in being one of the 3 chosen people. Oh ho, you are really being generous. Sheriff said. As expected of the most knowledgeable of them all, you really don't miss chances to learn more secrets about the universe. Jorgamo giggled faintly while standing behind Osiris. Everyone thought that Lady Sphinx wanted it for herself but in reality, she needed it for Felix and Isna. A God-sent opportunity had landed in their laps without even asking for it. An opportunity to enter the spirit realm and hopefully contact the soul's guardian. There was no way Lady Sphinx would not do her very best to get it. I am willing to place 5 divine treasures from my secret vault. A 6-meter giant with 3 fingers and a single big circular eye offered. Handsome Cyclope is bringing out the big guns. Kumiho teased. Oh, come on now. Cyclope scratched his bald scalp with a faint blush. When even Lord Osiris and Lord Quetzalcoatl decided to participate in the gathering, there was no way the metal primogenitor would miss it. Unlike the other primogenitors, he was somewhat shy around women, making him a fun target for Kumiho and Siren to tease. 5 divine treasures, my pick right? Lord Quetzalcoatl inquired. Of course. Cyclope nodded. Deal. Lord Quetzalcoatl accepted his offer without hesitation. Tisk. Using his secret vault is cheating. Sheriff huffed with an envious tone. The other primogenitors knew that they would have taken Cyclope's offer in a heartbeat too. Cyclope's treasury was filled with limited edition of divine treasures. Since he had retired from making any more divine treasures, they became somewhat of collectibles and hard currency to most primogenitors. 2 spots left. Lord Quetzalcoatl smiled, you better impress me. 2 ancient instruments, 5 pocket dimensions, and 2 divine treasures. Lady Sphinx increased her offer. Before Lord Quetzalcoatl could consider it, another offer was proposed by a 3-meter silver-scaled worm. How about permanent access to my private network of wormholes? He had one long thin antenna and a giant closed-shut mouth. Interesting offer, Brother Dune. Lord Quetzalcoatl murmured, I do need a quicker method for my constant travel. Unlike most primogenitors, Lord Quetzalcoatl was very adventurous. He was always seeking new things and secrets to enjoy his life to the fullest. So, using Lord Dune's private network of wormholes would truly turn out to be far more beneficial to him in daily basis, especially, when Lord Dune's private network was spread out through many unreachable corners in the universe. Additionally, it was closed shut for everyone but him. As the space primogenitor, it wasn't hard to shut down wormholes and open them as pleased. This meant even if someone managed to find a wormhole from his private network, he would get killed the instant he attempted to enter it. You have a deal. Lord Quetzalcoatl agreed. F***ck, think of something quick. Thor started getting agitated. He knew that he would never forgive himself if they missed this opportunity, and they didn't find another one in the far future. Lady Sphinx thought the same. How about 5 monoliths? She offered with tightened fists. Although she tried to keep her composure, everyone could see that she was hurting deeply on the inside from making such an offer. Sphinx? Hormungandr and Thor were both left stunned by her gesture. It was known fact that Lady Sphinx treated her collection of monoliths even better than her descendants. Trading away 5 was the same as trading 5 of her children. It was just brutal. She really wants it badly. Saurus snickered, let's make it hell for her to get it then. Mananangal, Saurus, and Wendigo had no idea if Lady Sphinx wanted to enter the spirit realm due to her curiosity or for another reason. But whatever it was, they weren't planning on letting her get it that easily. So, they began pooling their resources together and making counter-offer after the other. Lady Sphinx kept raising her offer as well by adding either dimensional pockets or more collectibles. Some primogenitors decided to jump in the fun and made it even worse for Lady Sphinx, especially, when Lord Quetzalcoatl was too picky with what he wanted. The monoliths had piqued Lord Osiris's interest, but Lord Quetzalcoatl couldn't care less about their secret. After a few minutes of back and forth, Lord Quetzalcoatl finally couldn't handle the messy atmosphere risen because of him. Okay, that's enough. I believe we need an alternative to solve this. Lord Quetzalcoatl silenced everyone by simply raising his hand. What do you suggest then? Saurus asked in a carefree manner, ready to jack the price immediately. Thoughtful, Lord Quetzalcoatl tapped his finger on the table while looking around him. Soon, he glanced outside the window and saw the many lines of champions, who were still waiting patiently for the ceremony to start. Hee, got it. Lord Quetzalcoatl grinned faintly and proposed, how about we make it one of the prizes in this event? You being serious? Jorgamo exclaimed. Dead serious. Lord Quetzalcoatl smiled, I hope it will spice things up for your little champions. Primogenitors needed to place prizes to motivate the champions. But, his prize was going to cause a bloodbath to arise since every primogenitor would want to have it. To make it more fair, it's better for it to be the first prize of the individual game. Lord Quetzalcoatl suggested. No one had any qualms with his decision. In team-based games, it would be somewhat difficult to judge who earned the prize. This would be problematic since some teams were mixed. Felix, the stakes have risen. Lady Sphinx immediately contacted Felix. Hey! What do you mean? Felix replied. Life Primogenitor has joined the gathering and brought with him a prize that is essential to you and Isna. Lady Sphinx shared with a serious tone, it is a chance to enter the spirit realm. Are you serious? For real? The moment they heard so, both Isna and Felix had their eyes widened to the limit in shock. Just a few months ago, they were discussing Isna's freedom and how difficult it would be to enter the spirit realm. Now, they were given the perfect opportunity to go for it. What do I need to do? Felix's expression turned cold all of a sudden, making him emit a murderous aura. Scary. Weber shivered after he sensed it. When it came to Asna's freedom, Felix would do anything to make it happen. You simply have to win the upcoming individual game. Lady Sphinx informed. All right. Felix cracked his knuckles in readiness. He was never more motivated than this in his life to win a game. Felix, you don't have to try so hard. I already told you that I am still indecisive if I want separate. Shut it. Felix cut off Asna before she could finish. Then, he suggested, let's secure the opportunity first, then we can discuss if you want to pay a visit to the Soul's Guardian or not. Okay. Asna could only nod with a bittersweet smile. She could see that Felix was fully devoted to win this game and nothing she said was going to change it. Chapter 802, The Individual Game. Meanwhile, a small chatter broke within teams after the news was delivered to them. Only the participants in the individual game had been notified. Unlike Felix's situation, they were all extra pressured to win it for their ancestors. After all, this opportunity was worth more than even the placed bets in the game. Even if the primogenitors would not use it, they could always trade it with Lady Sphinx or someone else. Just like that, the atmosphere for the individual game had thoroughly changed. Call over the judge. We let the kids wait long enough. Siren proposed. Yes, let's continue our discussion after they leave. Cyclope nodded. Today was just the opening for the event and to introduce the 3 games for the champions. Naturally, they would be given a small period to prepare for the games, so they could bring their utmost effort. In a few moments, a humanoid spider was summoned in the primogenitor's floor. He had 8 black, hairy legs and massive abdomen. Meanwhile, his upper body consisted of a human torso that was scaled with gleaming red color. He had 4 eyes and 2 snappers at the sides of his cheeks. Mikey, take it away as always. Jorgamo ordered with a faint smile. Will do, Ancestral Mother. Mike bowed his head as he responded respectfully. He didn't dare to even glance at any of the other primogenitors, knowing that he was way out of his place. Soon, he teleported in front of the players, making them all quieten down and focus on him. I am Michael and I will be your judge for all 3 games. Michael informed composedly while holding his hands behind his back. Without nonsense, he waved his hand and created 3 gigantic holographic wheels. Then, he spanned the wheel for the individual game to find out its format. Although the games were customized, they were still picked from a wheel to make it more fair for everyone. If they were pre-picked, some primogenitors might take advantage of it to harvest most of the treasures from their peers. Ting, ting, ting. Congratulations on picking the puzzle format. The needle ended up stopping on the puzzle format to the dissatisfaction of many champions, especially the dragons. They desired straightforward battles since it limited the variables that could lose them the game. Meanwhile, some players were pretty content with the pick, Felix included. Not caring about their reaction, Michael spanned the wheel again that was packed with puzzle-type games. After a couple of spins to add suspense, he stopped it. Ting! Congratulations on picking the abyssal platforms. Automatically after the notification resounded loudly in the arena, the details of the game were displayed before the primogenitors and the players. / Game Platform, Custom Game Mode. Game Format, Puzzles. Game Name, The Abyssal Platforms. Participants Number, 24. Strength allowed, Human Race System from Awakening Realm to Origin Realm. Items allowed, Nano-based items, Symbiote-based items, and artifacts. Prize pool, none. Rules of the game. 1. All the players will be teleported on 24 platforms. 2. The platforms will be above an abyss and lifted by 8 chains. 3. The players will be subjected to questions, problems, written puzzles, visual puzzles, and riddles by the judge. 4. The players, who answer those puzzles and questions correctly, will be given 3 choices: lift their platform higher, cut a single chain of another player, or challenge a player to duel. 5. If the challenger won, he will have the right to switch platforms with the loser. If the challenged player won, he will remain in his platform. Plus, gain immunity to challenges or having his chains cut off by another player for 3 rounds. 6. If a player had all of his platform's chains cut out, he will fall into the abyss and perish. 7. It's possible to cut only 1 chain per round by another player. 8. Only the first 50% of players, who answered correctly, will be given the 3 choices. 9. Players with wrong answers will suffer from having one of their 8 chains snapped. 10. Players are allowed to abstain from answering without consequences. 11. If 2 players or more answered correctly, the order of picking the 3 choices will be based on whom answered first. 12. Alliances and telepathic communication are banned. So as battle abilities, items, flying, dimensional jumps, mental abilities, etc. They are allowed only during the challenge period. 13. When a challenge is ongoing, the game will be paused for 5 minutes until the battle is concluded. If it isn't concluded in 5 minutes, the most passive player will be deemed as the loser. 14. Players are allowed to challenge everyone, even the players who answered correctly. 15. 24 golden crowns will be placed high above each platform. The first player to wear a crown will be declared as the winner. For more information, please open your SG profile interface. Good luck to all champions // The majority of the champions couldn't help but frown at the details of the game, not loving its complexity one bit. The rules had made it crystal clear that knowledgeable and intelligent players would have it much easier in the game compared to the rest. After all, if they managed to answer the questions or puzzles faster than the others, they would always be a step ahead. Thankfully, they were given the right to either sabotage or challenge other players for their platform. So, even the most intelligent player of them all might still mess up an answer and have his situation taken advantage of by the rest. No one was safe and no one was doomed to fall into the abyss. I love it. Lord Quetzalcoatl clapped his hands. It's not bad. Siren smiled, it will test both the player's intelligence and battle prowess. Crap, this game is just too perfect for that little shit. Saurus cringed at the sight of Lady Sphinx smirking faintly. God knows how much knowledge she taught him. Wendigo wasn't pleased either. It looks like you are fairly confident in your champion, Sphinxy. Lord Quetzalcoatl teased. I have taught him a couple of things. Lady Sphinx replied causally, making the other primogenitors a little nervous. Lady Sphinx was knowledge junkie, as her student, he was bound to be taught strictly. Unbeknownst to them, Felix had spent at least 2 years in confinement, reading every book thrown at him by Lady Sphinx. With his perfect memory and enhanced cognitive reasoning, he managed to read and memorize a ridiculous number of books. Felix might not show it, but he owned a library in his mind filled with knowledge that was simply waiting to be tapped in. Listen to me well. Saurus had contacted all 6 champions of his faction and ordered, I want you to unite your efforts to snap all of that little shit's chains as fast as possible. Do as he says. Mananangle supported. Only after you manage to make him fall into the abyss, can you focus on winning the game. Wendigo stressed. We will not disappoint you. Their champions assured them confidently. You better hope not. Saurus threatened. He knew that it would be tough to deal with Thor and Hormungandr if they lost against them again, especially, when they had 6 champions. The worst part? If they lost, it would be in front of the majority of their peers. They really didn't want to lose face in front of them. Meanwhile, Michael had just finished spinning the other 2 wheels, showing the teams the games picked for them. Felix merely glanced and ignored them for now, putting his entire focus on his upcoming individual game. The individual game will be hosted in 3 days. The 3 vs 3 game will start in 7 days. Lastly, the 5 vs 5 game will commence in 10 days. Michael informed calmly. No one reacted differently to his announcement. They were already familiar with the rules of the event. As for the prizes, Michael waved his hand and displayed 12 gigantic holographic items that were shimmering brilliantly. All the champions began salivating at the sight of those refined treasures. Even Michael gulped audibly after seeing them. Every goddamn year, he hosted this event and get rewarded with a couple of trillions coins. It was the highest commission any judge could receive from judging private events like those. So, he shouldn't be complaining, but, every time he displayed the prize pool, he felt like those trillions were mere peanuts. For the individual game, the prize will be this legendary axe for the first winner, he said while clicking on an double-faced arched axe. It's called Crescent Battle Axe. Mike introduced with an envious tone. It has been forged by Emperor Local himself 1,000 years ago. Chapter 803, Unthinkable Prizes. It's embodied with 15 futharks that enhanced its durability, toughness, sharpness, self-recovery, and a few noteworthy abilities. Michael snapped his finger and summoned the axe above his palm. It was really worthy of the name Crescent Battle Axe. Its handle was made out of a unique material that resembled green roots, clutching into the head. It was shaped as a crescent moon, giving it a unique design that would make anyone wonder if this weapon was truly an axe. As for the futhark's gems, most of them were embodied within the green roots, making them resemble colorful fruits growing on it. Let me show you a bit of its capabilities. Michael created a dummy far away from him and hurled the crescent axe at it. Boom! The axe accelerated on its own magically, making it able to break through the sound barrier even though the throw was pathetic. The axe reached the dummy and cleaved through it without a single ounce of resistance. Then, it turned around and actually flew back towards Michael akin to a boomerang. Michael caught it easily in his hand without being harmed by it. It will serve as fine weapon. Felix approved of the weapon after seeing its extraordinary effect. His poison abilities were struggling on their own against most diamond-ranked players due to their defenses. He knew that it would much easier to kill them if his poison traveled through their bloodstream. With this crescent axe, he could lace the edges with his worst poison and hurl it at players. The best part, if he missed or his attack was dodged, the axe would return to him. Clearly, he wasn't the only one interested in the legendary axe. Most players desired to own it, knowing that they could always trade it with another legendary artifact that was more befitting of their style. That's it for the individual game, Michael proclaimed. He didn't mention the opportunity to enter the spirit realm since that wasn't a reward for the players but for the primogenitors. He moved on to the rest of the prizes. He started with the 3 treasures that would be given to the winners of the 3 vs 3 game mode. Only the winners would be getting the treasures. Michael clarified, in case one of the winners died, the treasure would go to the best performer in the team. The same rule applied in the 5 vs 5 game mode. This entailed that if only one player survived in the winning team, he would be earning all 5 treasures at once. It was done like this to create rifts between the mixed teams. Primogenitors wanted to be entertained, and nothing was more entertaining than drama and fallouts. As for the last 3 prizes, they would be given to the best 3 performers in the entire event. Michael highlighted the 3 treasures before the players. For the 3rd rank, you will be getting a permanent photography memory potion, he said with his hand shaking faintly while holding into the potion. It's here. I will get it regardless of what. Finally, it is placed as a prize again. Let's go. Unlike Felix, the other champions had gotten excited by the reveal of the potion. All of them desired to own perfect photographic memory. After all, nothing was more rewarding than tapping into the full potential of your own mind. So much knowledge goes to waste because of memories always failing us. Alas, only Lady Sphinx was capable of concocting this potion. The sage witches were able to concoct only temporary inducing potions. Most of those high-ranked players had already grown immune to effects of those temporary potions. This showed just how priceless the permanent photographic memory potion. The second prize is a divine spatial ring. Michael highlighted a golden ring that was inscribed with the metal primogenitor's divine codex. It is refined with Strucrace material, making it extremely resistant to elements and destructive forces. Michael added, most importantly, the ring has a small habitable pocket dimension within it. The moment the champions heard so, they were left utterly dumbfounded, even the dragon team had their eyes widened. A spatial ring with a habitable pocket dimension. Most of them didn't even know that it was possible to create such a divine treasure. No wonder you spoke highly of the metal primogenitor, Felix said in admiration. This is nothing to Cyclope. Thor replied, this kind of treasure is merely thrown on the ground of his secret vault. Sheesh. Felix didn't even know what to say. Last but not least, the prize for the MVP of the annual event will be awarded with this slip of paper. Baffled, Michael announced while holding into a tattered piece of paper. The champions were all left confused by the prize too, feeling like the primogenitors were pulling a prank on them. The MVP prize was always the best one in the entire event, making every champion go an extra mile in their performance to obtain it. When Michael saw their confusion, he read the details of the prize out loud. It's a piece of paper from Lord Osiris' death note. If you own it, you will be capable of killing 3 people below the race leaders as long as you write their full name in it. Dear Lord! Even Michael felt chills course on his spine after he finished reading the details. The piece of paper suddenly felt as heavy as a boulder. Possessing this paper was the same as controlling the fate of everyone in the entire universe besides the mentioned exceptions. As for the champions, all of them didn't know if they should feel excited to own such a dreadful treasure or be scared at the thought that this piece of paper was merely a small part of an entire note. They knew that Lord Osiris was the death primogenitor and that their ancestors respected him greatly. But, they never expected him to possess the ability to kill anyone in the universe by merely writing their names on a note. It made them understand that their fates were literally not in their hands. Felix, you need to get that piece of paper or at least make it impossible for Darkin faction champions to own it. Hormungandr stressed with a stern tone. I know. Felix frowned as he eyed the piece of paper. He understood that if it landed in the hands of the Darkin faction, they wouldn't hesitate to use it against him. Since Lord Osiris had placed the paper as the prize, this meant that he wouldn't object to anyone killed by it. In his eyes, he already did his job by limiting its powers to people below the race leaders to avoid chaos rising. In reality, not even the 10 rulers were outside his range. You are excused for now. Michael closed all the holographic tabs and wished them good luck. Without further ado, the champions began breaking into light particles. When Felix opened his eyes back inside the living room, he swiftly asked Lady Sphinx, Master, do you think the questions will include even primogenitors? I don't really know. Lady Sphinx replied. The puzzles, questions, problems, riddles, and such were going to be handled by Queen AI. They could range from basic trivia to advanced complex puzzles. So, he could only spend the next 3 days cramming as much knowledge as possible before the start of the game. His opponents would be doing the same. The only difference was that Felix could burn a book in his memory within minutes while the others needed hours to achieve the same feat. They really weren't competing on equal grounds. Probably the first time you will be considered as the biggest threat from the start of the game. Asna chuckled as he watched him flipping pages of a book about the Dark Ages like he was on steroids. Felix was so focused on the books, he didn't even hear her. A chance? Seeing that she was being ignored, Asna tiptoed sneakily next to Felix and kissed him in the cheek. Then, she wished him good luck softly near his ear and went upstairs, not wanting to bother him anymore. Surrender coupon wasn't allowed in the next 3 games, so Felix needed to be at his peak performance to avoid getting killed. 3 days later, the champions participating in the abyssal platforms were summoned on the arena field. Meanwhile, the rest of the champions could be seen sitting in the stands. It wasn't just the ones participating in the event but most of the champions belonging to each primogenitor. Since some primogenitors owed hundreds of champions that were spread out in gold rank and above, the stands didn't seem too empty. Speaking about the primogenitors, they could be seen sitting in single armchairs that were facing the arena. They were all gathered in a single place to facilitate their discussion. Naturally, the 4 attending elemental lords were given the best seats. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the annual Primogenitors Gathering. Michael appeared out of nowhere, wearing a new flamboyant red suit and a hat. The champions in the stand welcomed him with a thunderous applause that lasted a few seconds. Then, they began cheering for their brothers and sisters. This is a bit weird. Felix was used to hearing his name being chanted by his fans at the start of every game. Now? Not a single person was cheering for him besides Weber. "You got this, Captain!" Weber shouted out loud happily, merging his voice with the others. "I hope he gets killed." Slagwing wished with a sinister look, knowing that if Felix died, his girlfriend would be returned to the main team. Unbeknownst to him, Barbie Claw had already accepted Felix as her captain and was cheering for him silently. So, he was really simping for nothing. Chapter 804, Supernatural Response Time. You guys have 5 minutes to ask questions about the game. The moment the spectators quietened down, Michael went straight to business, knowing that the primogenitors disliked wasting time on such useless fanfare. "How many rounds will it take us to reach your platform in the game?" a male Austrian asked calmly while glancing at Felix. 15 rounds if you answered everything correctly and lifted yourself in every time. This was the most ideal situation. But in reality, everyone knew that it would take more than this. "Thank you." The Austrian nodded and then eyed his partners in crime. "Let's make sure that he never reaches even the 8th round," he said coldly. "My thoughts exactly, Sir Sunblight." A scrawny hunched goblin-like creature crackled in a sinister manner while eyeing Felix. His skin was wrinkly and black while his mouth was packed with tens of tiny razor-sharp teeth. With his pitch-black smoky eyes, he truly resembled an evil creature emerging from an abyss. This was a gremlin, one of the few races that inherited Wendigo's darkness elemental manipulation and abilities. They weren't well liked in the Alliance as a race due to being too mischievous and dangerously violent. As expected, they have formed an unofficial alliance against me. Felix couldn't miss such a glaring interest in him by those 6 champions. Being targeted by 6 players in this game mode should scare anyone since they would be able to cut off their platform's chain in every round. However, Felix wasn't even fazed by their intimidating looks. He already created a counter-plan that would make them regret even targeting him. A few minutes later, the Q&A segment was concluded. "Let's begin." Michael smiled faintly as he snapped his finger, teleporting everyone into the game world. Immediately after Felix opened his eyes, he found himself standing above a wide metallic platform. It was gripped by 8 thick chains from the edges and sides. There was no guardrail around the platform to protect the players from falling into the abyss. This meant, if they weren't careful, they might fall off after a few chains get cut off from the platform. "Will you look at this?" Felix looked around him and couldn't help but smile coldly after seeing he was placed next to a golden-haired elegant vampire. "You won't be laughing shortly, peasant," the vampire proclaimed in a dignified manner. "We will see about that. Everyone, eyes here please." Soon, Michael appeared before everyone. He was hovering in the air while in front of a towering white screen. The questions, puzzles, visual puzzles, riddles, and even visual problems, all of them will be displayed in the screen behind me. Michael explained carefully, the moment a question appears or such, you will be given 10 seconds to answer it. Michael snapped his finger and soon everyone had a personal holographic board to write their answers on. Naturally, the champions couldn't see each other's boards unlike the viewers and Michael. As per the rules, the first to wear a crown will be declared as the winner. Michael concluded. Felix and the rest lifted their heads after hearing so. They ended up seeing 24 glimmering tiny stars. They are really quite far. Felix had to zoom a little to finally see the crowns in their glory. Are you ready? Michael eyed them sternly. The instant he noticed that all the champions had their eyes focused on the white screen, he turned it on. Instead of showing a question or a puzzle abruptly, they were given a 10 seconds countdown. The first round is the most important one. Felix took a deep breath while narrowing his eyes at the countdown. Electrical sparks started to flicker in his hair and eyes. Abilities were banned but not mutations. SZZLZLZLZ. The instant the countdown reached 0, Felix activated his supersonic mode, turning himself into the god of thunder. Time got slowed before his own eyes as he stared at the newly brought out question in the screen. In the Dark Ages, who was the primary cause of the near extinction of the fairies race? Dark Ages, who, primary cause, extinction, fairies. Felix analyzed the question in less than 10 milliseconds before typing the answer with a lightning-quick fingers. The moment he double-pressed on the answer to lock it down, he closed off his lightning absorbers. 0.02 second, not bad. Felix smirked faintly while fixing his electrocuted hair. He answered the question so fast, the rest of the players were still in the process of reading it. Are you kidding me? Michael was left utterly speechless after seeing that Felix had already locked his answer. He knew so because of a green circle above Felix's head that was illuminating brightly. A moment later, the same green circle began appearing above the other players. Just as it seemed like everyone was going to blaze through the question easily, 3 red circles suddenly popped out. Those 3 players weren't given time to even feel horrified at their shitty answers before the first round had been concluded in less than 4 seconds. 15 players had answered correctly while the rest had abstained from answering after realizing that it was already too late. It was the smartest decision to make. If they answered correctly, they would be given nothing. If they were wrong, they would be punished by having one chain getting snapped. Let's see those answers. Michael eyed Felix weirdly while displaying everyone's answers on the big screen and their timers. /1, Landlord answer, the Dust Harvester, King Bishka /timer, 0.02 second. 2, Amberai answer, the Dust Harvester, King Bishka /timer, 0.1 second. 3, Star Follower answer, the Dust Harvester, King Bishka /timer, 0.2 second. 4, Darkoon answer, Fairies Rituals /timer, 0.4 second. 5, Sunblight answer, the Dust Harvester, King Bishka /timer, 0.5 second. 9, Shadakaser answer, the Dust Harvester, King Bishka /timer, 1 second. 24, Skyshine abstain // When everyone saw Felix's horrific response time, their jaws were dropped to the ground. Is this for real? How can he be so fast? How is it possible to analyze such a trick question in less than 20 milliseconds? Majority of the players were forced to read the question twice after realizing that the trick involved in its phrasing. If it was read with a simple glimpse, everyone's eyes will pick up the major keywords and answer based on them. In this case, they were Dark Ages, primary cause, extinction, fairies race. However, the players who did so had ended up writing fairies rituals as the primary cause. That's because they were lured by the main keywords into believing that the question wanted the primary cause, not the person most responsible over the fairies' near extinction. He was King Bishka, nicknamed as the Dust Harvester for a single reason: he captured and enslaved tens of millions of fairies throughout the universe. He worked them to death by selling their rituals continuously and without care to the fairies' extinguishable lifespan in the process. He was the primary reason why fairies were left with one surviving pocket dimension. In this era, mentioning his name in the Loftus Kingdom was a punishable taboo. If those 3 players had paid attention to the interrogative pronoun who in the question, they would have answered correctly too. Such a tricky question was answered by Felix in less than 0.02 second. How could the other champions even brag about their response time when such a giant chasm stood between them and Felix? How cheeky, Lady Sphinx! Kumiho's eyelids twitched. You must have taken great care of him with multiple intelligence-enhancing potions. The primogenitors weren't that dim to believe that Felix's supernatural cognitive reasoning was all natural. Is there a problem with me taking care of my student? Lady Sphinx smiled faintly while crossing her legs. Of course not. Kumiho and the rest could only keep their grievance inside, knowing complaining about it would merely make them look petty in front of the 4 elemental lords. Speed is important, but still make sure that your answer is 100% correct before locking it. Otherwise. Michael snapped his finger with a stern expression. Cluck. 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 The players with wrong answers had one of their chains getting cut abruptly by Michael. Their platforms shook a little and stopped without an issue. However, the 3 players still gulped a mouthful in fear at the thought that only 7 chains separated them from death. Landlord, it's your turn. Michael extended his hand at the screen, that was now showing the 3 choices, and asked, will you lift yourself? Cut a chain of another player? Or challenge someone? The players didn't feel too fearful from Felix since they believed that only lifting himself up was the obvious choice. Cutting another player's chain was dumb when everyone was on the same line, the same applied to challenging another player. However, Felix grinned sinisterly as he turned around to the elegant vampire next to him. When the vampire saw Felix's expression, his heart skipped a beat, feeling like something terrible was about to happen. Let's start with you, shall we? Felix cracked his knuckles as he announced, I challenge Shade Chaser. Chapter 805, Unthoughtful speed will get you killed. Everyone was startled by his decision to fight at such an early stage. In their eyes, it was the dumbest choice to make. Unbeknownst to them, Felix was playing a different game against the Darkin faction champions. Little shit, he is really planning to hunt our champions one by one. Sora struck the side of the armchair with a livid expression. Wendigo and Mananangle also realized Felix's counter-plan against their champions teaming up to cut all of his chains. Don't be too agitated. Wendigo said, our champions might be weaker than Radiant players, but they are still at peak tier diamond rank. Indeed. Mananangle sneered, this time, he will not be able to ambush my champion. Mananangle was still butthurt by the embarrassing way Blood Coral had died. Are you certain? Michael asked for confirmation from Felix. Never been. Felix smirked after seeing the stunned look on Shade Chaser's face. The moment he confirmed it, Michael teleported both of them back to the spacious wide arena under the live viewership of the spectators. The game will be paused for 5 minutes. Michael appeared above the arena and said, the winner must be decided before then. Felix and Shade Chaser nodded their heads in understanding. Begin. Landlord, you made the biggest mistake in your life. Shade Chaser narrowed his eyes dangerously while starting the morphing process. His body was separated in half while 2 gigantic creepy bony black wings emerged from his hunched back. His fangs turned longer until they reached his chin while his fingernails became dreadful crescent claws. His elegance was nowhere to be seen as he floated gently above the ground with his messy hair hiding his bloodish red eyes. Catch me if you can. Shade Chaser smiled creepily as he stared at Felix. The instant Felix blinked his eyes, Shade Chaser had disappeared from his side of the arena. Whoosh! Out of nowhere, a dreadful claw streaked past Felix's face narrowly. It was so fast, only a mirage was captured by the camera. Poof! Before Shade Chaser could wind up another assault again, he was forced to hold his breath and retreat away from Felix. How could he stand near him when he was surrounded by a cloud of potent corruption inducement? Tisk, silly attempt to keep me away. Shade Chaser clicked his tongue in irritation while creating a skin-tight armor made out of his blood. I need to kill him before he jumps within the Void Realm. He was this proactive in his assaults due to this reason. So, he held his breath again and flew towards Felix at a supersonic speed. He knew that he was still there due to his blood detection ability. It allowed him to see even a tiny drop of blood through 20 meters thick wall. Alas, he made a grave error in being this rush without considering all options. The instant he entered the poisonous pitch-black cloud, he sensed a distortion in space just a mere meter away from him. F***me. Horrified, Shade Chaser tried to change his flight direction abruptly. Because of his acceleration, it was proven to be extremely difficult to make a sudden 90 degrees switch. Yet, he actually managed to pull it off thanks to his immense flexibility after ditching away his lower body. Nice try F***er, I am like a hummingbird. Alas, before Shade Chaser could celebrate his successful evasion of Felix's trap, he sensed the same space distortion again, only this time, it was merely a few centimeters away from his face. Mother ***c. He wasn't even able to finish his infuriated curse before he went through a void rift on his own accord. Poof! The moment he disappeared within it, the pitch-black corruption cloud had disintegrated into particles, leaving behind 4 void rifts placed in a calculated 4-direction formation. It was like Felix had predicted that Shade Chaser would evade his first void rift trap. Did no one tell you that unthoughtful speed will get you killed? Felix chuckled while closing down the 4 void rifts. What a brilliant trap! Mike exclaimed in astonishment, expressing the same reaction as the viewers. Not bad. Lord Quetzalcoatl chuckled. He is passable. Thor grinned from ear to ear, feeling quite refreshed to hear an elemental lord praising his student. F***ing idiot. Phi***ing idiot. Who rushes blindly like that? On the other hand, Manananggal felt the urge to rip someone's throat and drink his blood after being humiliated yet again by his champion. This time, it was much worse since the majority of his peers were watching the game. Honestly, Shade Chaser shouldn't have all the blame placed on his shoulders for being this careless. All the Darkin faction champions were pressured significantly to kill Felix regardless of what, or they would suffer hellish consequences even if they returned alive. This made Shade Chaser to not overthink too much and simply decide to keep assaulting Felix in a close range, to not give him the option of either blinking away or entering the Void Realm. Felix was considered dangerous due to only his Void abilities. As for Poison and Lightning abilities, most of the Diamond Rankers champions didn't pay too much attention to them. Let this be a lesson to the rest of you. Never take Landlord's poison for granted. Mike commentated passionately while pointing his finger at the players, who were watching the game from the giant screen. The Istrian Sunblight and the rest of the Darkin faction champions all had ugly expressions while staring at Felix's faint smirk in the screen. The fact that Shade Chaser had died in such a retarded manner was already embarrassing enough for their faction. But, the fact that he died without forcing Felix to drop a sweat made them angrier. After all, Felix was still at his peak form, and he clearly was planning to hunt them down one by one. Listen up, I will be focusing on exhausting his stored electricity to damper his response timer. Sunblight shouted out loud from his platform. He was loud enough, everyone heard him. He didn't care as long as his message was delivered to his faction members. I will be doing the same. Me too. Count me in. The rest of the faction members all shouted back. Alliances were banned so as telepathic communication, but it didn't mean that they couldn't express their thoughts. They were banned from talking only during the answering window. Good luck, hee. The other champions cheered them on with mocking smiles. They were beyond happy about the ongoing war between Felix and the Darkin faction champions. After all, whether Felix won or lost, he would be wasting his stored electricity that powered his abnormal quick thinking. Thud. In a few moments, Felix was sent back to the abyss above Shade Chaser's platform. The second in line. What will you do? Michael returned after Felix and quickly carried on with the game. Lift my platform. Amray replied gently. The platform began to rise above the rest, leaving everyone at least 5 meters below her. Star Follower made the same decision. Since Darkoon has answered wrongly, the next turn will be passed to Sunblight. Michael announced while displaying the ranking in the screen. I want to cut a chain from Landlord's platform. Sunblight decided without an ounce of hesitation. Seeing that he was certain, Michael could only comply with his choice. Cluck! A chain got snapped immediately from Felix's platform. Yet still, Felix didn't even flinch or seemed fazed by it. You are next. He simply said causally while eyeing Sunblight. Bring it on. Sunblight snickered. Next. Michael ignored their bickering and continued taking decisions from the other players. Obviously, all of them had joined Amberye's height. Although Felix was the first to answer, he was still left below with the losers and Sunblight. The second round is starting now. Michael declared. Everyone squinted at the countdown in the screen while wishing in their minds to end up with a question within their range of knowledge. Unfortunately, the moment the countdown reached 0, everyone was left speechless by the problem before them. You got to be kidding me. Felix cancelled his supersonic mode and chose to abstain from answering instantly. Abstain. 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 Fortunately for him, not a single player bothered to even try to solve the problem besides Amray. Who could blame them? The problem was mathematical. To worsen it, it was advanced algebra. Find x plus y, if 5x plus 8y equals 67 and 2xy equals 31. When the round ended, Amberye's answer turned out to be correct, helping her put a reasonable distance from the rest. I guess we're moving to the third round. Michael coughed, feeling a second-hand embarrassment from the player's inability to solve high school-level algebra. He didn't dare making fun of them since he also was helpless when it came to math. Seriously, Felix? Meanwhile, Lady Sphinx wasn't able to even comment after seeing Felix abstaining with the others. She never mentioned basic physics and math before Felix, believing that he must have learned them in high school. She truly felt ashamed to be called his master when he didn't even know math and physics. Just wait, you little thief! Lady Sphinx squinted at Felix. I won't be called your master if you didn't learn those 2 subjects in a month. Chapter 806, Staying True to His Word. Felix focused on the countdown for the third question, not realizing the unenviable situation he landed in. The instant the countdown reached 0, a visual puzzle had manifested on the screen. It was 2 identical pictures of a busy plaza in some city. That's what everyone believed before they read the question above the pictures. Mark the 10 differences in those 2 pictures. It might look easy, but finding 10 differences in a bustling city that was filled with small details had stumped most players, especially when they were given only 10 seconds. The worst part? The moment they attempted to try to find those similarities, they would waive the right to abstain. Dog's eyebrow missing, car's window is open, different heel color, different cloud shape. Felix didn't even consider the thought of abstaining again. His eyes were traveling from a corner of a picture to the other at a supersonic speed. Meanwhile, his brain was scanning the 2 pictures repeatedly until differences started to become visible. One more. Seconds went by and was left with just 1 difference. He kept scanning the pictures composedly, not losing his calm one bit. He knew that a mere moment of agitation would be enough to evaporate his concentration. Thankfully, he kept his calm as he had found the last difference the moment 7 seconds went by. A small crack to a car's front light. He sighed in relief after he locked all of his answers. With his truth vision and supersonic mode, Felix could be considered as a god in solving visual puzzles like those. As expected, the rest of the players either finished in the last second or failed. This time, the majority had failed to find all 10 differences in 10 seconds, there was simply not enough time and too many details to watch for. /1, Landlord Timer, 7.1 seconds. 2, Ambereye Timer, 8.2 seconds. 3, River Bleeder Timer, 9.4 seconds. 4, Gloomriper Timer, 9.7 seconds. 5, Sunblight Timer, 9.8 seconds. 6. Star follower timer, 10.2 seconds // Only 5 of you managed to finish the puzzle in time. Michael raised an eyebrow. Landlord is first again by a wide margin. Damn it, we need to exhaust his stored lightning quickly. Gloom Ripper frowned, knowing that as long as Felix was capable of entering his supersonic mode, they would always be a step behind him. He was one of the 2 gremlins in the Darkin faction. He prided himself in his intelligence. But even him knew that Felix would continue to be the first to lock his answer if nothing was done. Landlord, your choice. Michael inquired. Him. Felix stayed true to his word and challenged Sunblight. Just fight as planned. Gloom Ripper shouted at him from above. I know what I am doing. Sunblight replied while knitting his eyebrows. Feels bad, right? Felix ridiculed, being forced to share your thoughts in the open like this. You won't be laughing soon. Sunblight smirked at him. We will see about that. A few moments later, both of them were teleported back to the arena under the applause of the champions. Fight. Michael started the fight immediately after teleporting above them. I will show you true despair. Sunblight hovered in the air while pulling his hands together like a Buddhist. Then, he manipulated gravity in the surrounding area externally, managing to create a zero-gravity field. If it wasn't for the tiny pebbles on the ground starting to float higher and higher, no one would have believed it. Interesting. It looks like Sunblight intends to drag this fight as long as possible. Michael commentated while lining up the zero-gravity field for the viewers. 100 meters radius, still nothing compared to Sunny. Felix didn't react much after calculating the gravity maximum range by using the floating pebbles as indicator. Sunny received utmost care and grooming by Saurus to achieve that monstrous range. Naturally, he couldn't do the same with all of his champions even if he wanted. 100 meters radius was still good for a peak diamond ranked player. I just need to watch my back and keep defending in the first 3 minutes. Sunblight planned how the 5 minutes of the battle should be played out. Drag it for the 3 minutes, then go full ham in the last 2 minutes to avoid being proclaimed as the passive player in the battle. It was a smart strategy that was respected by the viewers. Alas, Felix wasn't planning to play by his rules. Whoosh! Felix sprinted rapidly towards Sunblight, bridging the distance between them. The moment he closed into the zero-gravity field, he stopped suddenly and extended his palms forward. Then, he spewed out a flood of corruption poisonous mist at Sunblight. The zero-gravity field allowed the mist to travel without affecting its momentum one bit. What is he doing? Still, Sunblight merely raised an eyebrow in bafflement, not feeling even an ounce of threat from the poisonous mist. That's because his defensive gravitational field blocked the mist easily and forced it to go down without touching even his clothes. However, instead of going down into the ground, the poisonous mist started to build up around him, creating a giant dark cloud. This resulted in having his vision gradually getting blocked. Trying to ambush me while my vision hindered. Sunblight snickered after picking up Felix's strategy. He swiftly blew away the poisonous cloud with a mere gravitational shockwave that traveled quite far. The moment his vision got restored, he found out an expanding void domain in Felix's previous location. Why did he use it now? He narrowed his eyes at it, not knowing what Felix was planning to do. He couldn't detect his gravitational waves within the void domain, but he knew that he was still inside it. Saurus had informed him about the glaring weaknesses of void domain used by a mortal. The first one was the fact that Felix was unable to power it without keeping its fuel up and running continuously. Is he trying to put me within it? Sunblight frowned. I can just move away with my gravity field. Watch around you, you dumb moron. Meanwhile, Saurus was cursing inwardly at the sight of his champion having his entire concentration placed on the void domain. Alas, no matter how much he cursed or shouted, nothing changed. The ability was simply too fearsome. It left unshakable trauma in all the players, who seen Exodial's fate after being touched by the domain. Whoosh! Abruptly, the void domain stopped expanding at once and actually started to shrink gradually. This resulted in space to fluctuate like crazy since it was trying to repair itself after being devoured by the domain. Is he changing his mind? Hey! Just as he believed that Felix might have flopped his plan, Sunblight's attention got allured by a small fluctuation in space happening right above him. The moment he lifted his head, his pupils reflected a pencil-thin purplish beam appearing suddenly in front of his forehead. PSHSHSHS. He couldn't even comprehend what it was before the pencil-thin beam pierced through his gravitational field, armored artifact, and then forehead like they were made out of cottons. How? Sunblight managed to utter a single word before his brain was fully consumed by the void energy. Soon, the rest of his body followed, leaving behind not even his wings. 2 down, 4 more to go. Felix said causally while removing his symbiote suit. It's over, just like that. Michael commentated speechlessly as he watched Felix getting teleported back to his new platform. No wonder you have taken a liking to him, Lord Kaus. Lord Quetzalcoatl praised, he is quite a schemer. Lord Kaus made a grunt of acknowledgement. You think too highly of him, Lord Quetzalcoatl. Thor jumped in with a petty chuckle, his opponents are simply too foolish to fall into his traps every time. Mother ****. Saurus tightened his fists in anger, trying his best to not snap in front of everyone. Nothing was more pathetic than showing such a reaction because of a champion's death. Chapter 807, First Fight with Darkness Elementalist. I knew it. Wendigo frowned, his elemental tank must have been increased significantly. It's Lady Sphinx again. Saurus cursed, that B***TCH is starting to get in my nerves. They knew that it should be impossible for Felix to create a small void domain and abandon it without being completely spent. Yet, he managed to blink and also fire a void beam at the same time. Thankfully for Felix, the void beam's thickness and strength depended on its fuel instead of being a fixed ability. Against Sunblight, a pencil-thin beam was more than enough to deal with him. Congratulations on another win. Michael nodded at Felix after seeing that he had been teleported to Sunblight's platform. Thanks. Felix smiled as he looked at Gloom Ripper and the remaining 3 Darkin faction members. All of them felt they were being stared at by the Grim Reaper. Their previous confidence had already cracked with the death of Shade Chaser. Now? It was about to be completely shattered. How could it be not? They knew that the difference in strength between them and the other 2 wasn't that wide. Whether they went on offense or defense made it hard for them to see a way out to win against Felix. Don't let him get in your head. Gloom Ripper eased his agitated heart by taking a deep breath. He is exposing his strategies one by one, I just need to lie low and hope that he challenges the others before me to learn more about his trump cards. Because of this decision, Gloom Ripper had chosen to lift his platform instead of cutting a chain again from Felix's platform. The other 3 didn't even answer correctly to be given the choice. Hehe, their plan is falling apart. Asna chuckled while eating melon seeds next to Mistress Candace. Well, the moment Felix started challenging them one by one, their plan to make him fall into the abyss was doomed to fail. After all, every time he won a challenge, he was given the right to change the platform. What's the point of cutting off his chains when he was continuously hopping from platform to another? The only way to stop him was by actually defeating him in the fight. Unfortunately, none of the champions sent by the Darkin faction members seemed adequate to handle Felix. In the upcoming 2 rounds, Felix had managed to come on top again. This resulted in him challenging the second vampire Enestrian back-to-back. The fight was somewhat harder than the previous ones since his strategies were running thin. After all, only utter retards would fall against the same strategy that was used merely a few minutes ago. Still, he managed to eliminate them both before Saurus and Mananangle's numbed expressions. They didn't even know how to feel anymore after having all of their champions being the first to be kicked off from the game. It honestly felt like they were being bullied by Felix. Bastards! Why do you look like you have given up on hope? Wendigo chided them immediately, my champions are still in the game. Nothing can kill that cockroach. Saurus sighed heavily. Just leave it to my champions. Wendigo snickered, he avoided challenging my champions for a reason. I'm aware that your champions are pain in the ass to deal with, but he is much worse. Manananggal shook his head. We will see about that. Meanwhile, the game had already reached the 6th round. The platform's placement began to get a little hectic. Majority of the platforms were still hanging at the bottom. Felix was part of them due to not focusing on lifting his platform at all. Yet, Felix wasn't too worried about it. He simply kept concentrating on the screen, waiting for the countdown to end. Immediately after it reached 0, the screen displayed a long riddle before the players. What can bring back the dead, make you cry, make you laugh, make you young, is born in an instant, yet lasts a lifetime? The moment Felix analyzed the riddle a few times, he already deducted a couple of answers. By process of elimination, he ended up with the most likely answer from the batch. Memories. Felix assured himself while locking his answer. The last phrase was a clean giveaway to the answer being memories. They could be created in a moment yet remain remembered for eternity. It turned out to be quite an easy riddle for everyone as none of them had answered wrongly. //1, Amberai timer, 2.1 seconds. 2, Landlord timer, 2.6 seconds. 3, Gloomriper timer, 2.9 seconds. 4, River Bleeder timer, 2.9 seconds. 6, Star Follower timer, 3.1 seconds //. When Michael displayed the results, everyone raised an eyebrow in surprise after seeing that Felix wasn't first. Didn't he use his mutation? Gloomripper wondered while peeking at Felix from above. He guessed correct. The moment Felix noticed that it was a riddle, he didn't bother to enter supersonic mode and waste his stored lightning. He was fairly confident in his capabilities to solve riddles. The fact that he still came second after not even using his supersonic mode just proved it. High Elf's intellect is really on another level. Felix knitted his eyebrows as he stared at Amberai's platform that was tens of meters away from him. Felix already knew that the nature primogenitor Yggdrasil had brought with her a single champion to join the festivities in a polite manner. Felix was honestly glad that she didn't bring more high elves with her. Amrei alone was going to be giving him a headache in this game. Felix knew that her intelligence should be equal to him even though he had drunk 5 potions to enhance it. High elves weren't part of the top 10 races for no reason. They were the only race that could be considered as balanced perfectly in the universe. Their intelligence wasn't as good as the metal race, but it was up there. Their strength wasn't as strong as the dragons or heavenly turtles, but they could give them a run for their money. Amrei, your move. Michael requested. Up. Amrei replied softly while pointing her finger upward. She had a golden shimmering hair that was long enough it was about to touch her ankle. She was as fair as an albino woman, making her ocean blue eyes appear even more breathtaking. Yet, the unique characteristic were still her long pointy ears that were protruding a little from her hair. Her gentle and peaceful expression made it seem like she didn't fit here at all. When everyone looked at her, it was hard not to imagine her sitting in a flower field under a tree while surrounded by small animals. The viewers might let themselves be fooled by her breezy gentleness, but Felix and the rest of the players knew that underestimating her would result in a quick and gruesome death. Landlord, challenging again? Michael asked. Naturally. Felix smiled faintly, I have yet to finish cleaning those insects. Your pick. Felix lifted his head and pointed his finger at Gloomriper's platform. Me. Gloomripper frowned. Does he think I am easier to deal than Darkoon? He really believed that Felix would leave him last since he was a better fighter than Darkoon. It wasn't hard to figure out who's stronger and weaker when both of their highlights were in the open. Not caring about interrupting Gloomriper's thought process, Michael snapped his finger and teleported both of them back to the arena. Why me? Gloom Ripper asked while squinting his eyes at Felix. You climbed the highest. Felix replied causally while putting his arm within a void rift. Compared to Darkoon, his platform was indeed way higher. In fact, he was separated from Amray by mere 10 meters. Does that mean he isn't planning to challenge Darkoon at all? Gloom Ripper deducted. His conclusion was correct. Felix felt that it would too much of a hassle to kill even Darkoon when he had already demonstrated that they weren't his match. This entailed that as long as he managed to kill Gloom Ripper, he wouldn't need to worry about Darkoon in the next couple of rounds. Felix didn't want to place too much effort on those 6 losers when Amray and a couple more threatening players were vying for the win. He is actually underestimating me. Gloom Ripper sneered inwardly, it's been a long time since I have been treated like this. Allow me set you straight. Gloom Ripper's eyes suddenly turned completely dark while he placed his palms on the ground. Soon after, a pool of darkness began spreading on the arena floor. It appeared like a living creature devouring the ground instead of a shadow being cast on it. See you shortly. Gloom Ripper crackled evilly while being pulled within the darkness beneath him. Chapter 808, Infinite Energy plus Size Manipulation equals? Although he disappeared completely, the darkness pool continued to spread out in every direction. 50 meters, 100 meters, 1000 meters, 3000 meters. It didn't stop even when half of the map had been captured by it. As expected of gremlins. Michael commentated, they will not fight unless they set up the perfect stage for their abilities. Meanwhile, Felix merely moved to the edges of the arena and kept refueling his void energy. His eyes never left the approaching pool of darkness. When he saw that it was about to reach him, he blinked above the arena. Then, he kept levitating by standing about a small void rift. It will rise soon. Felix thought while gazing at the darkness pool finally devouring the entire arena floor. As he said, the darkness pool around the edges began to rise in the air, creating dark walls. Then, they climbed higher and higher while curving inwardly. Before long, they connected in the center of the arena. This resulted in the creation of a humongous darkness dome that covered the entire arena. The world of darkness has been created. Michael shouted. Damn it, Captain should have made a move to stop it earlier. Weber said. Indeed, I don't know why he didn't even try to hinder Gloom Ripper. Barbie Claw agreed. It's not like it is easy. Rotspawn shook his head, gremlins can't be hit while they are within their darkness. The only way to harm them is by affecting the darkness they were hiding in. We know, but moving earlier is much better than moving now. Barbie Claw retorted, how can he fight him now while the entire arena has been engulfed in darkness? He is not a dragon, you know? He can't just nuke the entire arena and destroy the world of darkness with it. All of their confusions and inquiries were shared by the rest of the viewers. Everyone knew that dealing with gremlins in the darkness was a pure nightmare. Firstly, they couldn't be detected by any ability at all. This meant that Gloom Ripper was completely invisible within the world of darkness. Secondly, they could move freely in all directions and at an unprecedented speed, making them seem like they were teleporting. Thirdly, they could control the darkness externally to attack their enemies any way they liked. Since it was impossible to see anything within the world of darkness, how could anyone avoid those attacks? He needs to use his void domain and place it in the center. Asna suggested with a mouth full of popcorn. That's the smartest plan to deal with this situation. Mistress Candace agreed while pouring Asna a cup of wine. Though, he might end up being considered as the passive one by the queen. Asna frowned. Most likely. Felix couldn't do anything if he created a large void domain. Meanwhile, Gloom Ripper could continue to attack the void domain to let the queen know that he was being proactive. 5 minutes later, both of them would still be alive and get teleported back to the abysmal platforms. However, Felix would have gotten nothing while Gloom Ripper would receive immunity from challenges for 3 rounds. Hehe, I hope he starts firing abilities from outside the dome. Gloom Ripper wished while staring at Felix from an edge of the arena. He was thoroughly hidden, making it impossible for Felix to locate him. He already planned countermeasure if Felix decided to bombard the world of darkness with abilities. He might not kill him, but he didn't need to if he wanted to simply avoid losing the challenge. This is the perfect moment to try that out. Felix cracked his neck calmly, not feeling an ounce of worry about losing this fight. Everyone was thinking of ways for him to not be considered as the passive fighter, but Felix never thought that way. Without further ado, Felix entered the Void Realm under the surprised looks of the viewers. Has he chosen the Void Domain strategy? Weber wondered out loud. What is he doing? Before his teammates could confirm it, they saw that Felix's highlighted outline in the screen was starting to grow in size. Haha! As expected of my Felix. Asna laughed in amusement. If he doesn't like his odds, he just flipped the table. Oh my, I didn't think he will use it now. You guys are in it for a good show. Thor grinned widely as he spoke with his peers. What do you mean? Lord Quetzalcoatl inquired while watching Felix continue to grow in size rapidly. Tell me, Lord Quetzalcoatl. Hormungandr chuckled. What do you get when you have an infinite amount of energy and size manipulation? The moment the primogenitors heard so, their eyes were widened in shock after recalling that Felix possessed size manipulation from Hormungandr and free access to the Void Realm. Even Lord Cows raised an eyebrow in surprise after finally making the connection. All of them didn't consider it since they knew that the primogenitors with size manipulation were always required to hunt for neutral energy to sustain their size. Doesn't that mean he can potentially grow even larger than any creature in the universe? Siren said with parted lips while watching Felix continuing to grow even though he had already surpassed half a kilometer in height. He was even taller than Burj Khalifa. Theoretically, yes. Thor soon shook his head, but he's still a human with a limited elemental tank. Indeed. He might have infinite energy, but he can use it merely to sustain his biggest size. Hormungandr mentioned. As he said, Felix was forced to stop growing the moment he reached 1 kilometer in height. Lord Osiris pressed on Felix's outlined body in the Void Realm and made his energy intake visible too. Sheesh, that must be tough on him. Kumiho exclaimed after seeing that every pore in Felix's body was sucking in a flood of void energy akin to a carpet cleaner. The absorbed energy got instantly consumed after entering his body. This created a vicious circle of constant absorption and consumption to sustain such a colossal size. While the primogenitors were focusing on the ability itself, the viewers were still unable to get over the fact that Felix was able to reach such a titanic size. He was so large he would make dragons and heavenly turtles resemble ants if placed next to his feet. How is this even possible? Michael mewed with a look of utter disbelief. Alas, he wasn't given even a second to regain his composure as Felix finally decided to make his move. He tapped into his untouched void energy within his tank and opened a gigantic void rift right above the world of darkness. Hey! The hell? Why the void rift so big? The instant Gloom Ripper saw it, he was left confused. Unlike the viewers, he had absolutely no idea about what was transpiring in the Void Realm. In his mind, he believed that Felix was waiting for him to let down his guard before opening a void domain or something. Alas! He could never fathom the extent of Felix's capabilities and thought process. What the *************************************************** is that? When he saw Jinner Mao's fist emerging from the void rift, his heart almost jumped out of his throat. Before he could even comprehend the horrifying reality before him, the fist penetrated his darkness dome and punched the arena's floor. Boom! The force within that punch was so heavy and powerful, the arena's tough floor stood absolutely no chance against it. The floor blew up into fragments and got hurled out akin to bullets by the shockwave of the blast. Thud thud thud. The invisible barrier around the arena was bombarded by the fragments non-stop. The champions in the stand all guarded themselves reflexively, too horrified by the punch to even remember the existence of the barrier. In a few moments, they finally came to their senses and eyed the massive cloud of dust with stunned looks. The arena was wholly covered by the dust, making it impossible for them to see the aftermath. What did I just witness? Michael mewed with a dazed expression. Seeing that the dust cloud was hindering his vision, he quickly got rid of it by a mere wave. Dear Lord! Holy shit! How can he still be considered as a human? The players and the viewers were thoroughly stupefied by the dreadful sight before them. The spacious wide arena that was stretching for at least 6 kilometers was nowhere to be seen. What was left in its place was a deep bowl-shaped crater and millions of destroyed fragments at the edges of it. Yet, no one focused on either of those things. Their disbelieving eyes were affixed on a print of a colossal fist. It was printed right in the center of the crater and was as deep as a well. If this image was shown to any random person, he wouldn't hesitate to believe that this was the doing of a god's fury, not a human. Chapter 809, 10 players remained. The aftermath really sucks. Felix mumbled in pain while stepping out from a newly created void rift. He looked around him and couldn't help but smile faintly at the destruction he had caused. It was painful to grow up to such a colossal size and return to normal in less than a minute, but it was worth it. I guess that idiot is dead. Felix stretched his arms while getting teleported back to the abyssal platforms. How could Gloom Ripper survive when even the arena got absolutely eradicated? Since Felix had won the fight, he was transported straight above Gloom Ripper's platform. When he opened his eyes, he found out that Amray and the rest of the forefront players were gazing at him closely. Hello there! Felix greeted causally, sorry for taking too long to join the party. I had to get rid of some garbage first. You missed nothing. Amray replied with a gentle breathtaking smile. At least you made it quick, respectable. A dark red scaled dragon smirked while gazing at Felix from above. Welcome. A navy blue space worm with 3 short antennas nodded at Felix as a greeting. All of them treated Felix with respect after his latest series of challenges. If he was still being underestimated after wiping the floor with 5 champions in a row, something would be seriously wrong with those people. Especially when he literally had just grown to the size of a titan and blew the arena into oblivion. Good, he is ignoring me. Meanwhile, Darkoon was sighing in relief at sight of Felix not acknowledging his existence. Before Felix challenged Gloom Ripper, he still had hope that he could take Felix down inside his world of darkness. But after seeing Gloom Ripper's fate, his confidence was utterly shattered. Now, he was just glad that Felix wasn't planning on continuing his hunt. Useless F***ers. Everyone is so F***ing useless. Livid, Wendigo cursed inwardly after seeing Darkoon's reaction. He knew that Darkoon had given up on dealing with Felix. The worst part? He actually felt glad that Felix had spared him. It wasn't because he cared for Darkoon. He just didn't want to have his champions getting kicked out at the start of the game like Mananangal and Saurus. Welcome to the club. Saurus sighed hopelessly, feeling thoroughly sapped out with having his hopes getting crushed time after time. We can still win in team formats. Mananangal said, our champions are radiant players, and he will need to face 3 or even 5 of them simultaneously. Just stop. Saurus waved his hand, I am done with putting my faith in those morons. I will be happy if they just win a game against him. They were always enforcing their champions to hunt down Felix and kill him no matter what. But, those series of failures had really put a damper on their hopes to get it done. Now, Saurus merely wanted a win against Felix, so he wouldn't feel like crap when dealing with Thor and Hormungandr. Back in the abysmal platforms, the players had been just exposed to the next question. It was related to the civil racial war between the Ionians and Exonians. Who was responsible over intensifying the conflict to the point it turned into a full-blown-up civil war? Felix read the question twice while knitting his eyebrows. Based on the historian books that he had been reading, the answer was elementary. Logically, it should be Con Phys Con, but, it's just too easy. Felix could see that a few players had already locked their answers the moment they read the question. He knew that most of them must have written Cos-Fis Con, but he couldn't confirm it. Players weren't allowed to see the red or green circles above each other's heads. Star follower hasn't locked in his answer yet. Felix pondered while glancing at the space worm to his right. He must be thinking the same as I. I recall reading that Con-Fis Con was merely the final spark that started the whole civil war. But the true instigator was his son Kainan Khan. Felix closed his eyes as he recalled. The history books that Felix read focused more on Con-Fis Khan's story. As for what his son did? Not many of them covered it in details, like someone was actively trying to hide it. Felix believed that it must be the Ionians' doings, who were trying to rewrite their history after winning the civil war. Who could blame them? What Kainan Khan did could never be tolerated by anyone. He kidnapped the third princess of the Exonian Empire and raped her for years until she was impregnated with 2 sons. If it wasn't for their sons inheriting both the qualities of an Ionian and an Exonian, he would have never been found out. At that era, interracial marriages were banned between the Ionians and Exonians. When the Exonian emperor found out eventually, he threatened to start a war if his daughter and her 2 sons weren't returned. If this were his sole request, it would have been taken care of easily. However, he asked for Kainan Khan to be sent as a prisoner to receive his punishment. Unfortunately, Con-Fis Khan loved his son dearly. There was no way he would give him away to be tortured for decades and even centuries. Instead of refusing the conditions outright, Con-Fis Khan decided to make the first move in the war. His reasoning? The Exonians had planned to kidnap his son. At that time, the news about their negotiation wasn't made public, making it easier for Con-Fis Khan to strike by using a mere lie. After the Ionians won the civil war, the history books focused entirely on what Con-Fis Khan did and ignored the rapist bastard Kainan Khan. History books were always written by the winners. The fact that this happened before the SG Alliance era made it easier to manipulate the history. *CK it, let's lock Kainan Khan. Felix finally decided to trust his guts. More than 50% of the players had already locked in their answers. He knew that taking more time to think would merely cause him to end up getting nothing even if he answered correctly. And, pencils down. Michael joked after seeing that the timer had reached 0. His joke didn't work that well when everyone had already answered in the first 5 seconds. Let's see your results. Michael grinned, I bet you will be surprised. /1, the maker answer, Con-Fis Khan /timer, 0.5 second. 2, Twilight Stride answer, T-Ken-Fis Khan /timer, 1.5 second. 3, Dust Hand answer, Con-Fis Khan /timer, 1.7 second. 12, Landlord answer, Kainan Khan /timer, 2.5 second. 13, Ambarai answer, Kainan Khan /timer, 2.7 second // F***CKKKK. The maker was the first to curse with an ugly expression, feeling he had played himself. He wasn't delighted at all to see that he had claimed the first spot. How could he feel happy when his answer was colored in red? The same applied to the majority of players, who instantly locked their answers instead of thinking too deeply if the question had another meaning. Meanwhile, Felix sighed in relief after his deduction turned out to be correct. I am glad we had the same thought. Amray smiled charmingly while peeking at Felix from above. Likewise. Felix titled his head in confusion, not knowing whether she had any meaning behind her sentiment or she was simply being friendly. High elves were known to be friendly and gentle even though their status was that of nobles within the universe. Is that B***tch hitting on him? Asna squinted her eyes dangerously at Amray. Now, that her relationship was confirmed with Felix, and they even kissed, she was expressing her emotions more publicly. Oblivious to Asna's jealousy, Felix chose to lift his platform instead of challenging another player. It was time to focus on the climb to reach the crown instead of wasting it on meaningless challenges. Amray, River Bleeder, and Star Follower thought the same. They all lifted their platforms and continued being in the front row. As for the players with wrong answers, they weren't spared from having their chains being cut off. 2 players had already lost 3 chains, making their platform slightly unbalanced. They will most likely challenge another player in the next round. Felix reasoned while peeking at their situation. For the first time, Felix was 100% confident that no one would challenge him willingly. They would rather challenge fog crawlers, spirit foxes, spiderkin, shadowborns, and mermaids, than touch him. He had established his dominance in the past challenges and secured his spot as one of the 4 most dangerous players in this game. The other 3 were naturally, Amray, Riverbleeder, and Starfollower. As he expected, in the next couple of rounds, those players with 4 to 5 chains being cut off had been forced to change their platforms no matter what. They challenged each other while ignoring Felix and the other 3. Some won, some lost, and some ended up being killed. Since those challenges occurred at least 2 times in every round, the players began dropping akin to flies. By the time the 13th round arrived, only 10 players remained alive from 24. All of them weren't easy to deal with. Chapter 810, Elvish Magic System. Keep it up, Miss Amber, you are only 4 rounds away from reaching the crown. Michael praised with a hidden glint. Thanks. Amray nodded politely. Then, she looked below her and saw that everyone was narrowing their eyes at her. They will be focusing on me soon. Amray pondered, it's already too late to force me out of the platform by cutting my chains, so, they will most definitely challenge me next round. Amray was able to answer 90% of the questions correctly. Since she always chose to climb higher, this put her in a better position than the others. Right now, she was 10 meters further from Felix, Riverbleeder, and Starfollower. The rest were at least 20 meters away from her. It won't do me good to challenge her now. Felix thought inwardly, if I win, I will be the next target. But, if some retard challenged her and ended up losing, she will be immune to challenges for 3 rounds. Felix frowned, if she answered correctly in the next 3 rounds, she will be the first to wear the crown. This signified that Felix needed to decide if he wanted to be targeted next or trust in another player's capabilities to not butcher his fight. I would rather risk being targeted than mess up my chance to enter the spirit realm by trusting another player. Felix decided with a stern expression. He wasn't the only one having such thoughts. The peaceful atmosphere had gotten intense. The players were focused more than ever to be ranked first in the next round. I can't let anyone challenge her before me. Riverbleeder huffed a heated smoke through his nostrils. As a proud red dragon, he had allowed Amray to be on top for a reasonable duration. It was time to establish his dominance through brute force. The other dragon thought the same. When the countdown began, everyone dropped any unnecessary thought and concentrated completely on the upcoming question. Name the extraordinary plant that was capable of restoring one's broken soul barrier into its complete form. Hint: it existed 500 million years ago and had gone completely extinct. The instant Felix read the hint, he locked his answer as quick as lightning without even trying to analyze the question. Sulphurous resurrection beans. Felix smirked confidently while looking at his response. When it came to his knowledge about mysterious and extinct natural treasures, he could be coined as one of the most knowledgeable people in the entire universe. His knowledge was much larger than Queen AI, don't even mention those players. 10 seconds later. Let's see the results. /1, Landlord answer, Sulphurous resurrection beans /timer, 0.01 second. 2, Amberai answer, Sulphurous resurrection beans /timer, 0.2 second. 3, Riverbleeder answer, Sulphurous beans /timer, 0.5 second. 4, Red Mercy answer, Sulphurous beans /timer, 0.6 second. 5, Dust Hand, abstain // Not bad. Amray praised, for a potion master, you sure know about your stuff. You are not too bad either. Felix smiled, your extensive knowledge is admirable. As a high elf and a champion of nature primogenitor, it would be weird that Amray would be ignorant about plants. I am still lacking compared to you. Amray chuckled. Damn it. It is known in our galaxy as sulfurous beans. Riverbleeder cursed loudly, interrupting Felix and Amberye's mutual flattery. We are missing just one word, why is it counted as wrong? Red Mercy huffed in irritation while gazing at Michael. It was known that Icarius Galaxy was one of the oldest galaxies in the universe and rich with plenty of natural treasures. So, it wasn't peculiar for those two dragons to know about an extinct natural treasure unlike the rest of the players, who abstained. Unfortunately, their answer wasn't complete. I can't do anything about it. Michael shrugged his shoulders, Queen AI decides what's right and wrong. Seeing that Michael was useless, Riverbleeder and Red Mercy looked at Felix simultaneously. Felix was forced to look at them after sensing their penetrative gazes. Dragon Slayer, don't disappoint us and lose against her. Riverbleeder eyed Felix sternly, you are the first to kill a brother of ours, so, if you are going down, it should be at our hands. What he said. Red Mercy emphasized it. No one was dumb here. Even Michael knew that Felix was going to be challenging Amray now since he might not be given the same opportunity next round. This meant that all players were literally counting on him to win his challenge. If he won, he could be challenged, giving them another opportunity to switch platforms. You guys are quite funny. Felix chuckled at thought that his opponents were cheering him on. He lifted his head and smiled at Amray, are you ready? I hope we can learn from each other. Amray bowed her head slightly at Felix, not feeling annoyed at all that he was about to challenge her. Likewise. After they got teleported to the arena, neither Felix nor Amray made a move. How would you like to continue our fight? Amray asked from afar, to the death or accepting defeat. High elves were known for being semi-pacifists. If there was no need to fight to death, they would always attempt to force out a surrender from their opponents or show mercy. They only kill if there was no other choice. Sporadically, their merciful acts end up getting them screwed over. Still, they refused to change their habits. That's why even though high elves were extremely terrifying and strong, they rarely participate in SG platform. Why bother asking? You won't kill me either ways. Felix chuckled while stretching his shoulder. Maybe. Amray giggled while covering her mouth. Mother asteriskers, stop flirting with each other and fight already. Irritated, Asna threw a bucket of popcorn at the holographic stream, not liking what she was seeing at all. Felix wasn't really flirting because he was enchanted by Amber's beauty and gentle charm. He was simply waiting for her to make the first move because he knew absolutely nothing about her. She never participated in a game before, making it hard for Felix to dig any information about her capabilities. The worst part? He couldn't find any other news related to her either. She was like a ghost that appeared out of nowhere and took part in this event as Yggdrasil's only champion. Because he knew nothing about her, Felix's vigilance was raised to the limit. He would rather overestimate her capabilities than underestimate them and end up getting killed without knowing how it happened. You are not going to make the first move? Amray asked. Ladies first. Felix offered shamelessly. You are such a gentleman. Amray smiled while beaming a weirdly shaped thin wooden rod. A runic wand. Felix thought inwardly. This was the first time ever for Felix to see a spell-casting wand held by a real magician. Elves refer to their cultivation system as magic unlike the rest even though they use the same elements, energies, and laws as them. But, it did make sense to separate their system from the rest. It was quite unique. While werewolves, vampires, spiderkin, and other races own either limited elemental manipulation or inherited bloodline abilities, elves were able to harness the mysterious powers of runes without needing talismans or scrolls. They only required to own a runic wand, peak elemental affinity to an element, runic familiarity, and then learn the spells that could be created by using those runes. In other words, Talism race were capable of inscribing runes into talismans, no one but them could harness the powers of those talismans. Sage race were capable of inscribing abilities on scrolls, and they could be sold and used by anyone. Lastly, the elves were capable of inscribing abilities in air by using their runic wands. This unique style of fighting had made them being referred to as magicians. Amrei held the wooden wand in her hand and pointed it at the ground. Then, she murmured softly with a peculiar-sounding language, "Wings of wind." Runic sentences began illuminating with grey light on the wooden stick. In less than a split second, a small circular hex with the same peculiar runic sentences appeared at the tip of the wooden stick. Whoosh! Soon, wind began spinning around her faster and faster until two magnificent grey windy wings emerged behind her back. Here I come! Chapter 811, First Fight Against a Magician. Amrei pointed her wand at Felix and flapped her wings only once. That was more than enough to break through the sound barrier. Boom! 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 The instant she appeared above Felix, she bombarded him with 100 of giant wind bullets. Felix utterly ignored them and blinked above her. He extended his palms and fired Void Seeker from one hand and a poisonous green sphere with the other. He controlled his poisonous sphere to hide his Void Seeker from within, so if she decided to block it, the Void Seeker would give her a sweet surprise. Too bad, Amrei saw right through him and easily evaded his counter-attack while putting some distance from him simultaneously. Wind slash! Amrei murmured while waving her wand at the falling Felix. Whoosh whoosh! When Felix saw the incoming giant wind blades, he didn't dare to take them head-on, knowing that the power of the spells differ from one to another. An elf using the same wind blade might not even cut a tree in half while another elf could cut even a mountain with it. All of this depended on runic familiarity of the user. In other sense, it was like elemental affinity but to runes. Almost all races had zero familiarity to runes, humans included. This made them unable to embrace magic system even if they had wands and learned the language. Slice slice! Good thing Felix trusted his instinct and dodged those wind blades as they were sharp enough. They managed to cut an edge of the arena. I need to take her down from a close range. Felix pondered while sprinting away from Amrei, but she must have at least 2 more elements in her arsenal. I need to be careful. High elves were known to own peak affinity to at least 3 elements from birth, unlike the other elves. Since they were capable of using elemental spells of almost all elements as long as they could learn them, this meant it was possible to meet an illusion spellcaster or even a death spellcaster. Well, theoretically it was possible. But, spells of those peculiar and rare elements were almost impossible to learn due to their difficulty. That's if one even managed to find those spells. Amrei might not be able to use them, but it was a possibility that Felix needed to keep in mind. The last thing he wanted was to teleport next to her just to find out that he was entrapped within a space pocket or something. When Amrei saw that her attacks weren't forcing Felix to even evade them with his blinks, she pointed her wand at the sky. Babylon's Firenados! She mumbled while twirling her glimmering wand. Felix and the rest of the viewers eyed the 2 newly created supermassive hexes in the sky, stretching for at least 10 meters. One colored in grey and the other one above it in red. Before anyone could react, the sky turned cloudy and windy all of a sudden. Then, 10 supermassive and real tornadoes fell from the sky and connected with the ground. Whoosh whoosh! Their pulling force was too strong for even Felix to keep his footing. He was forced to lay on the ground and dig his fingers on the arena just to avoid being thrown into one of those tornadoes. He knew that blinking anywhere wouldn't be helping him with anything. The tornadoes were connected with the sky, which meant their pulling force affected everywhere in the entire arena. Unfortunately for Felix, this wasn't even the full extent of Amberai's spell. Waves of crimson fire started rising beneath those supermassive tornadoes, turning them into horrific firenados. F***ck this. The heat they kept emitting was too high. Felix decided to retreat to the Void Realm and restart the fight. The entire arena was owned by Ambereyes Fire-Tornadoes, making it hard for him to do anything without ending up being captured. However, just as he opened a void rift and tried to enter it, Amrei chuckled, "You ain't going anywhere." Hey! Felix realized that ground had turned into a muddy field, and he was being pulled within it by tens of muddy arms. Each time an arm caught him, it solidifies itself, making it harder for Felix to break away. Amrei wasn't done. She used a spell that enabled her to create 5 walls around Felix, placing him in an earthling cube. Earth, fire, and wind. Good, she finally exposed her elements, Felix thought inwardly while staring at the approaching fire-tornadoes with his infrared vision. Now, I can fight for real. Felix never made a move without a plan. He couldn't create a plan without proper intel about his opponent. Now that he had some major intel, Felix dropped the weak act and blinked inside the Void Realm without an issue. He did it by creating a tiny void rift right in front of his eyes. Amrei was unable to do anything about that unless she blinded him. I still lost him. Amrei sighed in disappointment after sensing that Felix had broken past her entanglement. What will he do now? Amrei thought while using spells that boosted her shields and defenses. She knew that Felix was at his most dangerous state every time he entered the Void Realm. Especially, when she saw his latest godly punch that ruined the entire arena. Just to be safe, she rose even higher in the air so if Felix attempted to repeat the same attack, she would be away from the blast zone. The moment Felix saw this, he swiftly opened a void rift right next to the 2 circular runic hexes and destroyed them with a single punch. Whoosh whoosh! The fire-tornadoes started getting weaker and weaker until they completely disappeared, resembling a car that had spent its last drop of fuel. I didn't think you will go for them. Amrei seemed somewhat stunned to see her runic hexes getting taken care of like this. It was known knowledge that elves' spells could be interpreted, hindered, or even destroyed. One only needed to ruin the runic hex responsible over the creation and fueling the spell. After all, elves weren't creating spells from imagination. The runic hexes were using neutral energy in the environment to create the desired spell and power it. The same concept applied to talismans and scrolls. When the runic hexes written on those scrolls and talismans get ruined or messed with, they naturally wouldn't work anymore. Chance. When Felix saw Amrei momentary daze, he didn't hesitate to take advantage of it. He opened a void rift behind her and fired off his void seekers at her back. Before they even reached her, Felix exited the void realm and blinked in front of her while tightening his fist. Boom! His fist connected with her stomach, resulting in her getting launched into a cannonball into the ground. Not letting her take a break, Felix blinked next to her again and elbowed her in the face, hurling her the opposite direction. Phew phew phew! In such a merciless manner, Felix kept launching Amrei from one direction to another akin to a ping-pong table ball. He didn't hold back at all even though she was always nice to him. That's it, Felix. Asna was more than happy to see his merciless beatdown. Lady Yggdrasil, I know you don't fancy those events, but you could have brought someone worthy. Wendigo complained with an irritated expression. Since their champions were trash and couldn't get the job done, they thought that at least Amrei was going to make it somewhat difficult for Felix. Alas, the scene before him was enough to extinguish any hope he had about this fight. Indeed. Saurus scoffed, she is a triple elementalist spellcaster and knew about all of that brat's abilities and strategies. She might not defeat him, but she could have at least given us a good fight. I have no idea who gave you the right to complain about her champion when your champions got thrashed at the very start. Thor ridiculed. Mind your **ing business. Saurus snapped at him. You should consider abiding by it first. Thor sneered, your whining is making the game less pleasing to spectate. Yo! Just as Saurus wanted to curse back, Lord Osiris placed a finger on his lips without a single spoken word. Excuse my manners. Saurus apologized immediately and settled down, not daring to offend Lord Osiris. While they were bickering between each other, Lady Yggdrasil remained as calm as a tree. She had a faint gentle smile etched on her wooden face as she stared at Amray. Even though she was in a humanoid form to attend this meeting, she was still made out of brownish old wood. She wore a beautiful traditional dress designed from yellow wheat and flowers. It matched well with her unique hairstyle that resembled a green afro-do being made out of pretty leaves and fruits. She didn't seem too worried about Amray being beaten black and blue by Felix. When she saw Amray coughing out a mouthful of blood, she couldn't help but chuckle, "You really love playing too much." Chapter 812, Unbeatable, Unkillable. Bam! With one final kick that resulted in Amray getting smashed into the ground, Felix blinked 10 meters above her. "I didn't think you will be tough enough to handle strikes." Felix complimented as he watched Amray coughing out a large amount of blood. He knew that high elves were gifted with great physique from birth. It only gets better when they bath in their life essence fountain. "You really didn't hold back your punches," Amray said while wiping the blood from her lips. Not planning to answer, Felix activated his void beam while aiming it directly at her. "Admit defeat or get executed," he threatened coldly. "I am glad you gave me the option." Amray smiled gently while eyeing him with her soul-capturing ocean blue eyes. "Now, I know how to continue with our fight." Amray giggled like she wasn't at Felix's mercy. When Felix saw her abnormal reaction, he knew that something wasn't right with her. So, he stopped being merciful and fired the void beam at the center of her forehead. The distance was so close between them, no one doubted that Amray would be executed instantly, Felix included. Alas, the moment the void beam crossed half the distance, it suddenly froze midair, literally. Everyone was left stunned at the sight of the beam refusing to move a single inch forward. Felix was more shocked than all of them because he knew that his beam wasn't the only thing frozen, but himself too. It was a fun fight. Amray stood up calmly while dusting her torn-apart dress. She pointed a new wooden wand at herself and said softly, "Rewind." Under the stunned eyes of the viewers, players, and even primogenitors, her wounds and messy appearance disappeared in a few moments. If they looked closely, they could see that the bruises were disappearing from outward into inward like they were being retracted. Even her dress started to repair itself, appearing like it was growing fabric out of nothingness. A moment later, it appeared brand new, making Amray look like she never took part in this fight. Time element. Felix murmured inwardly in utter disbelief, not able to even speak out loud since he was completely frozen in time. "You must have figured it out by now." Amray giggled while covering her mouth as she stood next to him, avoiding the void beam. She tapped him in the forehead cutely with her wand and requested, "So, how about you surrender now? I am quite fond of you and I would rather not hurt you without a reason." "Landlord is F***ed. Michael shouted loudly after finally snapping out of his shock. The players and the viewers thought the same. They had absolutely no idea that Amray was a time spell caster and how she managed to learn time-based spells. Nevertheless, they knew that Felix was never going to eliminate Amray, regardless of what he did. It was simply impossible. "Ha ha ha. I apologize Lady Yggdrasil for my previous ill words." Saurus immediately burst out in elated laughter. Same. Wendigo grinned widely, "I have never thought that you will bring such a fine champion. She is truly a gifted one." Lord Quetzalcoatl complimented, "I believe only 3 individuals throughout the history of the universe have managed to master a few time spells. The primogenitors were truly somewhat awed by Amberai's mastery of time spells. It was one of the hardest elements to understand its complex runic spells and control them. The level of intelligence and runic familiarity required were truly off the chart. In layman words, Amray was a 1 in a trillion prodigy. She still needs a lot to learn." Lady Yggdrasil shook her head, "She mastered only 3 time spells even with my help." Those spells are all she needed to conquer anyone." Saurus grinned as he watched Amber poking Felix with her wand, trying to get him to surrender. "Ability to stop time, rewind it, and slow it. Those three basic abilities were the pillars to put anyone into despair. How could she be hit if she could stop abilities from touching her by stopping time? How could she get hurt or exhausted when she could simply rewind time to where she was in peak form? How could one escape from her when she could slow time around them? The instant Felix figured out that she was a time spellcaster as well, he knew that beating her was out of the question. Hell, his previous beatdown could have never happened if she wanted to avoid it. I can't lose this game, I can't afford to lose this game. Although Felix understood that he could not defeat her, he refused to surrender. This wasn't any normal game that he could simply admit defeat and try again next time. This game was his sole opportunity to obtain a method to enter the spirit realm. An opportunity that might never appear again in his lifetime. Although he was frozen in time and couldn't even blink, Felix's eyes showcased a burning desire to continue fighting no matter what. Why won't you admit defeat? It's just a weapon and a chance to see the spirit realm. Amrei saw his unwavering resolve and felt back to the corner to do something she really despised. She placed her wand next to Felix's void eye while creating a small fire dagger. Everyone knew Felix would be executed instantly if he kept pushing Amberai's mercy. Last chance, please do the right thing. Amber smiled bitterly. I am doing it. Felix replied inwardly, knowing that she couldn't hear him. Do forgive me for this. In the end, Amrei steeled her courage and tried to fire off the dagger into Felix's forehead. Likewise. However, just as the dagger was about to touch Felix's forehead, a pitch-black wall emerged from his skin and devoured the dagger instantly. Crap! Realizing what it was, Amrei swiftly backed off from Felix with a shocking speed, appearing like she had just teleported. Good thing she reacted fast enough. Otherwise, she would have been devoured by the emerging void domain just like her fire dagger. How is this possible? Michael exclaimed while staring at the small void domain. It was big enough, it engulfed just Felix, acting as the perfect shield. Michael truly didn't expect for the void domain to overpower the time lockdown. He believed that regardless of what ability Felix tried to use, they would be frozen the instant they leave his body. How could something move when even time itself was stopped? Good thing he realized it. Lord Dune commentated indifferently. Tisk, so irritating, she could have killed him quickly before he figured out that his void domain can free him. Saurus wasn't pleased one bit by Amberai's softness. If she was as merciless as his champions, they would have executed Felix during his momentary shock. What he didn't count for, was the fact that Felix also gave Amrei the choice to admit defeat instead of attempting to execute her instantly. She allowed herself to be beaten up by Felix to figure out whether he would kill her without mercy or not. When she was shown mercy, she simply returned the favor. Unfortunately for her, Felix managed to quickly find out that his void domain was capable of devouring even time. If it was capable of devouring space, gravity, and every single element in that zone, then time wouldn't be an exception. Still, he will end up losing. Wendigo smirked, he merely survived being killed. True. Kumiho nodded, that Cutie can simply bombard his domain with spells and will be considered as the active part. The majority of the viewers realized this fact too. Felix could hide in his void domain or void realm and steer clear from being killed. But, he couldn't really actively fight her when she was able to freeze him or his abilities in time. How could he be recognized as the most active fighter when Amrei could fire off hundreds of spells while making sure that he had the most annoying experience in his life? You are just delaying the inevitable, Sir Landlord. Amrei shook her head after seeing that Felix had entered the void realm. She didn't even try to stop him, knowing that nothing could change the outcome of this battle. Well, this is much better than killing him at least. Amrei mumbled while pointing her wand in the sky. Soon, 3 giant circular runic hexes appeared. They had 3 different colors, each correspondent to a particular element. The hexes began spinning clockwise while turning brighter and brighter. They were so magnificent, the viewers couldn't keep their eyes from them. A moment later, the arena floor started shaking and cracking like it was being hit by a calamitous earthquake. Meanwhile, red giant runic hex began raining down with fire bullets, covering a wide area. Lastly, tens of tornadoes started emerging one by one and covering the other parts in the area. Well, this is crap. Felix's eyelids twitched as he watched the ongoing apocalyptic scene in the arena. He knew that as long as she kept those spells active while he was hiding in the Void Realm, Queen AI was adding points to her activeness in the fight. It was a good run by Landlord. Michael commentated, but, this fight is a done deal. Chapter 813, Can't afford to lose this game. Damn it, our only remaining chance is for Ember to fail answering a question. Riverbleeder huffed in irritation. We can only hope. Star Follower sighed. At least they were still willing to fight against Amray. The majority of the players had already given up on the game. The moment Amray exposed herself as a time spell caster, they lost confidence in facing her. They knew that their abilities would not work against her either. That's why none of them were cursing Felix for dropping the ball. It wasn't just them who lost faith in Felix. Even his teammates and the rest of the viewers knew that it would be impossible for him to be more active than Amray. What can I do to turn this around? I really can't afford to lose this game. Felix crossed his legs in a mediation position within the Void Realm, trying his best to come up with a plan. He didn't care that he was completely nude, nor did he listen to Amberai's requests to admit defeat. Asna has already given me everything she has. I can't fail her when it's finally my turn to work on her freedom. Felix recalled the day he partnered up with Asna like it happened just yesterday. She promised him to help him get stronger and achieve heights he never dreamed of. Look at him now, he was the strongest human in history, he had 3 masters, and his reputation was spread far and wide throughout the entire universe, yet, this wasn't even his limit. All of this due to Asna. Without her, he would be just like any other bloodliner. Now that it was his time to pay her back, he would fail like a loser? Felix would never accept it, never. Think, Felix, think, you always come up with new strategies in most dire situations. Felix knitted his eyebrows, this isn't any different. It might look easy to deal with Amray, but it really was a mere misconception. Felix understood that using his size manipulation to blow the arena again wouldn't work against her. She could easily slow down his fist, making it impossible to build any momentum. Without momentum, his fist wouldn't even crack the arena if it connected. This was the best scenario, the worst? She could simply freeze it midair, forcing Felix into giving up on it. After all, he couldn't use his void domain when most of his energy was being consumed to sustain his size. The same applied to his ambushes, abilities, and even void domain. The only ability that could harm her was his void domain. Alas, it was a defensive ability which couldn't be used for offense properly unless she was backed into a corner. Unfortunately, the arena wasn't shrinking to help out Felix this time. He is finally at his wit's end. Saurus grinned widely, it might not be as good as watching him die, but at least, he will lose. Look at those buffoons. Wendigo snickered as he stared at Thor, Hormungandr, and Lady Sphinx. They were all watching with worried looks. Tisk, are they scared that his fragile ego will crack if he finally lost? Mananangel clicked his tongue in criticism. If only it was that, they would be beyond glad. Alas, they knew that Felix would never forgive himself if he lost this game. Even if Asna assured him again that she wasn't concerned about entering the spirit realm, he would still feel like he failed her. They truly didn't wish for him to take such a blow. Sadly, it looked as if it was inevitable. 3 minutes went by and everyone knew that Amray would be proclaimed as the winner after 1 minute. Meanwhile, Felix was still sitting in a mediation position while having his eyes closed shut. He didn't open them for the past 3 minutes, making everyone believe that he had given up and simply waiting for the game to end. It will hurt like a b*tch and there is a high chance that it will get me utterly burned out. Felix opened his eyes calmly and looked at Amray, but, I will rather go for it than watch this opportunity goes by me. As long as Felix never lost hope, he would always come up with a strategy to turn things around. This strategy was truly his last Hail Mary in this fight. Let's start. Without warning, Felix started opening a fist-sized void rifts around the arena as fast as he could. From the outside, it looked like void rifts were popping out akin to mushrooms all over the place. Amrei could only raise an eyebrow in bewilderment as she watched herself getting surrounded by tens of void rifts. Although she had no idea what Felix planned to do, she wasn't willing to sit through it with her arms crossed. Rewind, rewind, rewind. So, she kept pointing her wands at the nearest void rifts and closing them by simply rewinding the time in that small area. Her counter-strategy did work to close 10 void rifts or so. Alas, by the time she turned her head, 3 more void rifts appeared in the same area. It was like an infection that was impossible to get rid of. Amrei could only stop trying to close them and raise her vigilance, knowing that Felix wouldn't be making hundreds of void rifts for no reason. She was absolutely right. The instant Felix was satisfied with his void rift numbers and locations, he kicked off his assault at Amrei. What an assault it was! The viewers, the players, and even the primogenitors were left surprised to see Felix firing off void seekers inside a void rift before blinking to another and doing the same. Because his speed within the void realm was even faster than going at the speed of light, he was capable of firing hundreds of void seekers from hundreds of void rifts before they even traveled half the distance towards Amrei. What in the God's name am I watching? Michael was forced to open his eyes wide open as he stared at the never-ending rain of void seekers falling on Amrei from every single direction. Freeze! Amrei frowned as she blocked the void seekers from landing on her by simply creating a small time lock domain around her. The void seekers were stopped instantly and began gathering around her, creating some sort of void sphere. Amrei didn't intend to wait until they seal her and block her vision. She swiftly blasted a small opening through the sphere and rushed outside. Alas, she instantly found herself being bombarded by another salvo of void seekers, lightning bolts, and even poisonous dark arrows. Time Swamp Field. Amrei took a different approach this time and used a spell that allowed her to create a medium-sized time-slowing domain. It was much bigger than freezing time domain since the spell was less complex. When the abilities entered it, they were all slowed significantly, appearing like they were going through an invisible muddy field. Even the lightning bolts were affected heavily by it, making them unable to hit Amrei in time. Landlord, is truly terrifying to think of something like this. Michael praised before shaking his head. Too bad, Amrei will never be touched by anything as long as she used her time spells. When the players saw that Amrei remained unharmed even under a salvo of hundreds of abilities fired simultaneously, they were completely mortified. If even this wasn't enough to harm her, what else could be done by them? Such pathetic last-ditch attempt. Saurus scoffed, can't he save everyone time and just give up? You are truly an idiotic loser if you can't see his true aim. Lady Sphinx insulted back with a faint smile. Usually, she would leave it to Thor and Hormungandr to deal with him, but she finally couldn't handle hearing his constant cursing at Felix. How? Shut it already, don't make a fool of yourself. Manananggal tightened his fists in fury as he berated Saurus telepathically. When he even got cursed by Manananggal, Saurus knew that he was missing something. So, instead of continuing his tirade, he returned to watching the fight. When he saw that Felix's never-ending salvo didn't stop for even a split second regardless of their abysmal results, his shoulders couldn't help but stiffen. He finally realized Felix's true aim with this strategy and why Manananggal sounded so pissed off. Mother *CKER is trying to win by being the most active. Chapter 814, LOU 1. Mother *CKER is trying to win by being the most active. That's right. Felix already knew that his abilities wouldn't harm Amrei at all, but he didn't care. He aspired to win the game by simply overwhelming her with tens of thousands of abilities in the last minute. Because she would be forced to go completely on defense, she would be considered as the passive part in this fight. If we have taken the total numbers of abilities fired into consideration, Felix would easily sweep over everything that she used in the past 4 minutes. He only needed to sustain the same activeness for 1 minute. Felix. Asna bit her lips in worry, knowing that it wasn't easy on Felix's body to be this hyperactive. Everyone was unable to see Felix's condition due to his light surpassing speed, but if he stopped for a second and returned to the real world, they would be utterly horrified at the sight of his body being completely red. That's due to his heart's beating 500 times a minute, making his blood boil. Yet, Felix didn't even care about it. He kept his focus entirely on one thing. Faster, 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 faster. He repeated in his mind while non-stop blinking from a void rift to another. He mostly kept using just his void seekers since he could refuel his tank simultaneously. When Michael displayed his energy intake, everyone sucked a cold deep breath at the sight of cloud of void energy covering Felix akin to a meteor's tail. No wonder he is firing so many. Red Mercy said. Don't tell me he is planning to sustain the same firepower for over a minute. Riverbleed raised an eyebrow in surprise. Is he trying to win with being the most active? When even Riverbleeder managed to reach this conclusion, there was no way Amray wouldn't have realized it by now. Unfortunately, Felix's never-ending bombardment was too pressuring. She wasn't given even a second to think of a solution to switch things around. As long as he keeps attacking me from the Void Realm, I can't do anything. Still, Amray figured out that even if she was given a breather to think things through, she knew that nothing could be done. Felix's strategy was simply too perfect if he just wanted to win the game with being the most active. 40 seconds, 30 seconds, 20 seconds, 10 seconds. How is he still going strong? Amray was truly shocked by Felix's persistence. She believed that he would have tapped out 30 seconds ago, giving her time to attempt and regain momentum over the fight. Alas, the fight was left with mere 5 seconds in its lifespan and Felix was still spamming abilities like his life depended on it. 3, 2, 1. Michael shouted excitedly, it's over. The fight is over. He didn't even need to shout it out loud as the moment the countdown reached 0, the Queen erased all abilities in the arena and returned it to its peak state. Whoosh! Meanwhile, Felix got kicked out of the Void Realm against his will. Thankfully, Queen knew better and teleported him back to the arena while wearing his default clothes. How is he even alive? Why? Asna couldn't help but cover mouth in anguish after seeing heated smoke coming out of Felix's skin. He was sitting on his knees with his head lowered and arms dangling at the sides with no strength left in them. The smoke might be hindering the viewer's vision, but everyone managed to see the condition of his skin. It wasn't pretty at all. It was crimson red like he was being cooked inside an oven. Since no winner has been decided in the allowed duration of the fight, I hereby declare Landlord as the winner due to being the most active player. Queen AI wasn't concerned with Felix's condition as she announced monotonously. Neat. The moment Felix heard the announcement, he smiled in triumph while having his eyes closed shut. Then, he finally gave in to the exhaustion and fell face first on the floor. He didn't pass out as he fought the urge to remain awake no matter what. He knew that the moment he lost consciousness, he would be doomed. This enabled him to hear upcoming footsteps. He knew that it must be Amray, but he wasn't scared of her harming him during his weakened state. The moment the battle ended, she was incapable of harming him. Most importantly, Amray didn't have a single thought of hurting Felix. When she reached him, she sat next to him and lifted his head gently. Then, she placed it above her soft thighs. You are really weird, who will try so hard for an artifact and a chance to enter spirit realm. She sighed exasperatedly after seeing that he was bleeding from his 7 orifices. She didn't even need to touch his cheeks or forehead to check his temperature. She already knew that it was almost close to boiling degree. You won't understand. Felix replied under his breath, feeling like his throat was on fire with every word he spoke. You are lucky I am somewhat fond of you. Amray murmured while pointing her wand on his chest. Then, she said softly, rewind exhaustion and wounds. Under the stunned looks of the viewers and players, Felix's crimson-red skin turned lighter and lighter until it was back to its original complexion. This was merely the external result, the real miracle happened internally. Everything was restored to perfect shape, like Felix didn't just went past the limit of his body and almost had a forced shutdown. His heartbeats returned to normal while the fog clouding his mind had disappeared at once. Why did you do that? Felix inquired as he eyed Amber with a baffled look. I would have done the same to all of my respectable opponents. Amray replied with a faint smile while helping Felix stand up on his feet. You guys are really too nice for your own good. Aren't you planning to challenge me again? Felix didn't question her reasoning, knowing that high elves would never leave someone injured if they could help out, unless they were their enemies or such. However, he didn't expect Amray to be this kind even in a game. After all, any other player would feel happy about Felix's shitty condition and wouldn't hesitate to take advantage of it. The fact that she could challenge him again made it even harder for Felix to figure out her thought process. I am not interested in fighting you again. I don't know why you are trying so hard to win this game, but I can feel that you won't stop unless you drop dead. Amray replied gently while tucking in a stalk of her golden hair behind her ear. That's a given. Felix confirmed it causally before asking, you seem too nonchalant about this game. Don't you want to win? Not really. Amray chuckled, I am just here to accompany my mom and fool around a little. Your mom? Come again. Felix was left at loss for words, feeling like he had misheard her. Alas, before he could ask her again, Queen AI teleported them both back to the abyssal platforms. This time, Felix was the one on top of everyone. I owe you one. Felix looked below him and thanked Amray with a serious look. Healing him had truly helped him immensely, especially when he still had another challenge waiting for him. Just following my teachings. Amray replied gently, not caring that the rest of the players were giving her a nasty look. When they saw that Felix had won the game and was completely burned out, they knew that he wouldn't be able to even answer the questions properly, don't even mention fight them on equal terms. Alas, Amray had ruined it for them. Whatever, at least he won it. Riverbleeder smirked. Riverbleeder and Red Mercy were merely glad that Felix had clutched the game, giving them another chance to claim the win. They didn't care if he was at his peak or at his weakest state, Red Dragons were too proud to wish for an easy fight. Lady Yggdrasil, did she speak the truth? Siren asked with eyes glimmering in intrigue. The rest of the primogenitors all turned to Lady Yggdrasil, wanting to know if she was really Amberai's mother. It wasn't hard to deduct that Amray referred to Lady Yggdrasil. After all, this was a private event and no one came with Amray besides Lady Yggdrasil. Yes, she is my adoptive daughter. Lady Yggdrasil confirmed with a loving smile as she eyed Amray. Congratulations, didn't think you will adopt a child this late. Siren said. You are playing with fire. What if she died in the game? Saurus chided with a irritated look. He returned to his obnoxious personality the moment Amray lost the battle and even healed Felix. She won't. Lady Yggdrasil assured. You don't know that. Wendigo frowned, you are putting us in a difficult position now. Most primogenitors didn't have sons or daughters anymore, just descendants from God knows how many generations. This made it easy for them to not get attached. So, even when their descendants die in the games representing them, they feel absolutely nothing. But, it was different for children. The ones with children preferred keeping them away from the Champions Games since it would affect its integrity. After all, the primogenitors would be forced to make their champions show mercy for their peers' kids. If they got killed either ways, a much bigger issue would arise. They didn't want their relationship to worsen in games that were meant for their entertainment. So, it was better to keep them away from the games entirely. You don't have to worry too much. Lady Yggdrasil smiled as she assured, she won't be participating in any future games after this one. Chapter 815, Unexpected Place to Strike. Amrei wasn't lying when she said that she joined the game merely to fool around. She had no use for the reward, nor was she asked by Lady Yggdrasil to secure the opportunity to enter the spirit realm. When the next round started, she made it crystal clear that she was done with this game by abstaining to answer. She merely rested her chin under her elbow and watched Felix working his magic on the question. Why do I feel uneasy? Asna squinted her eyes at Amrei, not liking the way she was looking at Felix one bit. She saw Felix's interaction with Amrei and knew that she had nothing to worry about. He was literally risking his life to securing that opportunity to enter the spirit realm. So, nothing he did would make her feel threatened. Still, she didn't feel at ease when Amrei was showing such a clear interest in Felix. Miss Asna, I doubt you need to feel threatened by any girl in this universe. Mistress Candace smiled wryly, no one can compete with you when it comes to a man's heart. That's given. Asna smiled coldly while eyeing Amrei, still, if she dares make a move on my Felix, I won't hesitate to cut off those cute ears of hers. When it came to Felix, Asna would snap back to her sadistic cold personality instantly. Mistress Candace could only feel sorry for any girl that fell for Felix. With Asna being around, they could forget about getting anything from him. Time's up. Michael clapped his hands twice. Felix and the rest lifted their heads and focused on the screen, wanting to check on their results. While Felix appeared nonchalant about it, the other players all seemed pretty tensed. When they saw that River Bleeder had answered correctly before all of them, they sighed in frustration. I challenge Landlord. River Bleeder declared immediately. Felix didn't seem too shocked about it, he expected either River Bleeder or Star Follower to challenge him. Soon, both of them were teleported back to the arena. I have been seeing Landlord more than Mother. A spectator joked after spotting Felix being summoned so quickly. You will miss him soon. A vampire near him snickered, this will be his last battle ever if he dared to fight head-to-head with River Bleeder. There were many truths in life that couldn't be changed no matter what. Fighting a dragon in a sealed arena would usually result in death. After all, they were able to cast nukes that could annihilate kilometers of fields. This arena was merely 6 kilometers long. In their eyes, one dragon breath by River Bleeder and the game would be considered concluded if Felix didn't jump in his void realm or use his void domain. Landlord. Dragon Slayer. You have my utmost respect for everything you did in this game. River Bleeder opened his crimson wings widely as he proclaimed loudly, but, it's time for you to bow down. Oh ho ho, what do we have here? Michael's eyes sparkled in intrigue. River Bleeder is actually giving Landlord a chance to surrender. The spectators and the players were startled by this too. Everyone knew that dragons consider the majority of races beneath them. They would never bother to spare a single sentence when fighting them, don't even mention allowing them to admit defeat. I am grateful. But, I have to decline. Felix placed his hand within a void rift and smiled, though, I do hope that you surrender right now before things get ugly. Ha 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 ha. River Bleeder burst into deafening laughter, feeling like he had heard the funniest joke in his entire life. This was the first time ever he had been offered a way out in a battle. Well, don't blame me for what's about to happen next. Felix smirked coldly, having his entire demeanor change in an instant. I can't wait. Before River Bleeder could finish his sentence, he felt space fluctuation within his body. In the blink of an eye, River Bleeder propelled himself tens of meters in the sky with a single flap of his wings. When he looked below him, he spotted a tiny void rift with the size of a thumb. If he stayed there, he would have been killed from within, just like what happened to Slagwing. As expected, he is trying to use my size against me. River Bleeder swiftly focused back on Felix's previous location. However, he found that no one was there. Again. Alas, he wasn't given time to try to find out his location as he had been assaulted with another tiny void rift. River Bleeder knew that he would be doomed if he ended up staying still for even a second. So, he started flying faster and faster while scanning the arena with his infrared vision. When he realized that Felix was nowhere to be seen, he concluded that he must have entered the Void Realm and was assaulting him from there. It looks like Landlord is planning to keep pressuring River Bleeder from safety like he did with Ray. Michael commentated. There was no way River Bleeder was going to allow Felix to win this game by being the most active. Thus, he started condensing a flame orb within his throat while still circling the arena at his fastest speed. The void rifts could be seen popping out many meters behind him, making the viewers believe that Felix was being overwhelmed by River Bleeder's speed. Landlord need to figure out a different strategy as fast as possible. Michael shouted as he pinpointed the camera on River Bleeder's burning throat. Unfortunately, it didn't take even a few seconds before River Bleeder started his firing sequence. He opened his jaw wide open and aimed it at the arena floor while still flying at a supernatural speed. Then, he launched the dark red flame orb and pulled off higher into the sky, wanting to escape from the explosion range. It's time. The moment Felix noticed that flame orb was about to touch the ground, he smirked faintly while teleporting high above River Bleeder. Oblivious to Felix's movements within the Void Realm, River Bleeder turned around to appreciate the beauty of his explosion. What an explosion it was! The entire arena was engulfed within the blast, making everyone close their eyes due to the blinding brightness. If it wasn't for the barriers, everyone knew that the blast shockwave would have paid them a visit too. I dare him to exit the Void Realm now. River Bleeder smirked while watching his masterpiece destroying every atom in the arena. Just as he wanted to look away, his instincts were triggered abruptly. Without bothering to even think about the incoming danger from above, he forced himself to evade to the right. Thank God for his abnormal reaction speed, as he managed to dodge a pencil-thin void beam went narrowly. It went past his cheek by a mere hair strand. Mother Fasterisker. River Bleeder felt chills course on his spine after seeing the void beam going past him like this. He knew that if he was touched by it, it wouldn't end well at all. Unbeknownst to him, that was merely a calculated bait by Felix to force him into evading. The real ambush came from behind him. A thick dreadful void beam penetrated the ongoing blast without being hindered for even a moment. Well, *CK. The instant River Bleeder realized that the second void beam was much bigger and faster, he knew that it would be physically impossible for him evade it. Especially, when he was forced into a bad posture to avoid the first void beam. So, he tucked in his wings and took cover behind them, trusting that his wings and reflective scales would help him survive the void beam. Unfortunately for him, he had absolutely no idea that Felix's void beam was capable of piercing through even heavenly turtles' indestructible shells. Phew! As expected, the void beam wasn't impeded at all by his wings or scales, it penetrated both of them like they were made out of butter. Ironically, the void beam went through his throat and exited his reversed scale, the supposedly only weakness to dragons. Void is truly the bane of us Dragons. This was the last thought that coursed through River Bleeder's mind before he got erased out of existence by spreading void infection. Worked like a charm. Felix smiled faintly as he watched the disintegration process of River Bleeder from within a void rift. He made sure to turn off all of his visions besides X-ray, knowing that his eyes would be fried if he dared to stare at the blast at such a close range. He wouldn't be called Felix if he didn't prepare a new strategy to kill dragons while knowing that he might be facing many of them in this event. The strategy he created was to take advantage of the flame orb going off by opening a void rift within the explosion. He knew that any dragon would never expect himself to be attacked by someone from within his blast. After all, it was near impossible to survive being directly hit by a flame orb explosion unless it was a heavenly turtle. So, how could River Bleeder even predict that Felix would use his explosion as the perfect cover? This was the true terror of Felix having proper intel and time for preparation. A fight that was supposed to be the hardest in this game was 100 times much easier than dealing with Ray. Chapter 816, The Roars of Dragons. I can't see shit. When the viewers finally opened their eyes, they were met with a mushroom cloud, covering the entire area. Since they could still see Felix highlighted with a red outline, Michael could not interfere and remove the mushroom cloud. In his mind, the fight was still ongoing. Hence, he simply requested the Queen to highlight River Bleeder with a green color too. River Bleeder has been eliminated. Say what again? Michael's eyes widened in shock at her announcement. Knowing that Queen Ai had no reason to play jokes made him even more unnerved about the situation. How the hell did he die? Michael swiftly removed the mushroom cloud. When he saw that River Bleeder was nowhere to be seen, he couldn't help but gulp a mouthful in terror. Did Landlord kill him amidst the explosion? This thought coursed through the viewers' minds after realizing that River Bleeder had suddenly disappeared. When Felix got teleported back to the abyssal platforms automatically, they were left even more confused about the current development. The F***ck is going on? I closed my eyes for a mere second. Did River Bleeder get caught in his explosion or what? This is too freakish. It's a goddamn dragon for God's sake. How can he suddenly die so fast? Replay. Replay. Neither the viewers nor the champions took the news easy. They could accept Exodiel's death under Felix's hands since he was forced by the environment into touching the void domain. But, River Bleeder? No matter how they spin it in their minds, they simply couldn't see a way for Felix to kill River Bleeder unless he messed up big time. Thank God for the existence of replays. When Michael replayed the fight, he made sure to remove the explosion to not hinder their vision again. This allowed everyone to see how Felix opened two void rifts between River Bleeder. He fired a thin void beam from the rift above and instantly teleported to the void rift below while River Bleeder was still in a dodging animation. Then, he fired a more deadly void beam, forcing him into a defensive posture. As seen before, it merely delayed River Bleeder's inevitable death by a mere millisecond. When the replay ended, the players below Felix could only stare at him akin to looking at a nightmarish monster. He is really too cunning, I love it. Amberie's heart skipped a beat as she stared at Felix's wide back. She was impressed greatly by his swift and cunning assassination of a dragon, especially, when she knew that it would be impossible for her to achieve the same feat, no matter how she tried. Her time spells were overpowered all right, but it didn't allow her to one-shot a freaking dragon. Dear Lord, he actually killed him more cleanly than Exodiel. Barbieclaw's sentiment was shared by the rest of the shell-shocked viewers. Landlord proves once and for all to every single doubter. Michael brought the mic near his lips and shouted excitedly, that he is undoubtedly the real Dragon Slayer. Roar. While the viewers didn't know how to accept such information, the few dragons in the stands all unfolded their magnificent giant wings and roared into the sky. They are actually cheering for him, they are f***ing crazy. Holy, I have never seen dragons cheering for even each other. How enviable, the f***er will be treated like a king when he enters Icarius Galaxy. The champions lost it when they saw the immense respect shown to Felix by those proud beings. Throughout the history of the platform, no player had ever made a dragon cheer for him willingly. This had just established Felix's position within the dragon's hearts. The more he slayed, the more respected he becomes. Congratulations Finksy, your little champion really pulled through for you. Lord Quetzalcoatl chuckled. He isn't so bad. Jorgamo licked her lips seductively, I am starting to see why the three of you are teaching him together. Tisk, they keep relying on one kid to carry wrinkly asses always. Saurus clicked his tongue in irritation, it's quite shameful if you asked me. Is that a sore loser I am hearing? Thor asked with a confused look, appearing like he was trying his best to locate Saurus. Some primogenitors chortled after seeing Saurus's expression getting twisted immediately. They loved seeing him losing his shit every time he gets cursed by Thor. Back in the game, Felix was separated from the crown by a mere 5 meters. Because he had eliminated his challenger, the remaining players could only wish that he would fail to answer 3 times in a row. Alas! Such a miracle wasn't going to happen anytime soon. To make matters worse, the next round had a jigsaw puzzle, one of Felix's favorite games since young. He solved it in less than 3 seconds and locked in his answer while the rest were still halfway done. The moment Felix locked in his answer, he relaxed his tensed shoulders at last. I did it, I actually did it. The pressure of losing this game had truly put a dent in his mentality. Felix would rather lose 10 games in a row than lose this one. It's done. Sigh, well, at least I am not dead. As expected of Lady Sphinx champion, his knowledge truly put ours to shame. When the players saw his relaxed state, they stopped trying to piece out the jigsaw puzzle, knowing that the game was over. As they expected, the moment the 10 seconds countdown ended, Michael started clapping with an eager expression while looking at Felix. He didn't even bother showing the players the answers list. He simply pinpointed the camera on Felix and the crown, then he requested, "Will you do the honor, Sir Landlord?" "With pleasure." Felix smiled as he chose to lift his platform. Clap clap. Amray started applauding with a happy smile, supporting Felix wholeheartedly in his victory. Some players followed her footsteps and applauded in good spirits while some were too butthurt to bother. "That's my captain!" Weber bragged out loud in excitement, not caring about Slagwing's ugly expression. Barbie Claw, Nina, and Rotspawn started cheering out loud too by chanting Felix's name. The only ones who supported them were the dragons, who started roaring thunderously throughout the entire stadium. "I guess he is worthy of a bit of applause at least, he did kill a dragon again. I can't wait to battle it out against him in the team-based games. I bet other humans will lose their minds if they watched him now." Majority of the champions in the stands felt that it wouldn't harm to join the applause after such a magnificent performance by Felix. If he won by luck or such, they wouldn't have bothered to even mention his name, but Felix had fought against 7 players one by one and defeated them all. The fact that he won against even a 4-elementalist spellcaster and a dragon made it even harder not to admire him. Naturally, vampires, Astrians, and gremlins remained as quiet as mice in the stands, knowing that their ancestors must be pissed as hell. Clap clap. Under the cheers of the spectators and the players, Felix picked the golden crown in front of him and placed it gently above his head. Boom boom boom. The moment he did so, fireworks started exploding in the sky above the arena, making the atmosphere even livelier. Felix and the rest of the players were summoned back to the arena to join the festivities. The moment that happened, most of the spectators stopped cheering on Felix and switched to their brothers and sisters. Well, it was fun while it lasted. Felix chuckled after realizing that he stopped hearing his name being chanted. He literally heard it for a second at best. Landlord has proven to be the most worthy player in this game to take this legendary artifact home with him. Michael howled while lifting the crescent battleaxe above his head, attracting everyone's attention. The battleaxe was such a well-designed and terrorizing weapon, the players couldn't help but feel envious of Felix. Epic artifacts required close connection to dwarven grandmasters to forge them. Plus, a minimum $500 billion as fees. Meanwhile, legendary artifacts were simply work of art, only dwarven emperors were capable of forging them. In fact, the only way to be the emperor was by successfully forging a legendary artifact. It was that difficult. "Thank you." Felix bowed his head slightly at Michael while picking up the crescent battleaxe from his palms. The instant Felix held it in his hands and felt its perfect weight and balance, an electrical shock coursed through his nerves. "This is it, this is my weapon." He murmured with a burning look in his eyes, feeling at least 2 times stronger than before. He knew that was a mere misconception, but he truly felt that this weapon was made for him. "I never considered myself to be an axe wielder." Felix smirked as he placed the crescent axe on his shoulder, but it doesn't look too shabby. Chapter 817, Lady Sphinx's Ploy. Just as Felix wanted to leave the arena to test the battleaxe and prepare for his next game, he felt a soft poke on his shoulder. When he turned around, he noticed Amray smiling gently. "You aren't thinking of leaving without saying goodbye, are you? My bad. Felix coughed, I totally forgot that you aren't participating in the upcoming 2 games. No worries. Amray drew closer to him and whispered in his ears softly, I have emailed you my contact ID. Call me if you are visiting the Fandel. I will give you a tour of the capital. Will do. Felix nodded before adding with a serious tone, don't hesitate to ask for anything from me, I meant it when I said I owe you. Okay. Amray would be lying if she said that she wasn't disappointed by Felix's lackluster reaction. She might not like to boast about it, but she knew that her beauty was unmatched even in the 9 elvish realms. Her gentle and peaceful personality would make any man fall over heels for her. I will be going now. Felix patted her in the shoulder with a easygoing smile and said, it was truly a pleasure to meet you and I hope we can learn from each other if we crossed paths again. Until next time. Without further ado, Felix teleported back to his house. Why do I sense that he is treating me as a man? Can't he pick my interest in him? Amberye's lips twitched while touching her shoulder. This was the first time she felt not an ounce of lust from a man confronting her. She had to admit that it left a bad taste in her mouth. How intriguing! Amray giggled, this just makes me want him more and more. Selfie, come meet your elders. They want to take a look at you. Lady Yggdrasil suddenly informed. On my way, mother. When she opened her eyes, she found herself amidst tens of primogenitors. Some were clearly interested in her like Siren while some couldn't care less like Saurus. Did you have fun? Lady Yggdrasil patted her in the head gently. It wasn't so bad. Selfie blushed a little after Felix's face surfaced in her mind. Poor thing. Thor sighed sympathetically after seeing her reaction. As a love expert and a historic playboy, he easily figured out that she was falling for Felix. Asna will eat her alive if she approached Felix. Hormungandr smiled wryly. Sigh, more drama. Lady Sphinx rubbed her eyebrows, if only I can lock him in a room until he memorizes all of my knowledge. Thor and Hormungandr didn't even want to comment back at her insane wish. This is Selfie Presrona Yggdrasil. Lady Yggdrasil introduced with a loving expression, she is the current heiress to the 9 elvish realms and my precious little daughter. Good evening, elders. Selfie bowed elegantly while lifting her dress, giving off noble royal vibes. Oh ho ho, we have a future queen amidst us. Lord Quetzalcoatl chuckled playfully. If Felix knew that he had elbowed the future queen of the elvish 9 realms in the nose, he honestly would feel like he had committed a grave sin. That's because the queen of elvish 9 realms was at the same rank as the elder dragon, Queen Allura, Emperor Local, and the rest of the 10 rulers. Right now, Felix wasn't thinking about Selfie at all. How could he when Asna was hugging him tightly in the living room? What has gotten into you? Felix wondered while enjoying her hug. AAA, can't I be happy about your win? Asna said in annoyance, not wanting to admit that she felt threatened a bit by Amberye's moves on Felix. Well, I'm not complaining. Felix mewed with a faint grin while lowering his hand below her waist slowly. Just as he was about to touch her ample and perky buttocks, Asna slapped his hand away. Too soon. Felix coughed and returned his hands on her waist again. Though, he did look a bit disappointed. When Asna saw that look on his face, she didn't like it one bit, especially when she saw how far Felix was willing to go for her in the game. So, she steeled her courage and held both of Felix's hands. Then, she placed them on her peachy buttocks and let him do as he wanted. Don't say anything. Asna glared at him with reddened cheeks after seeing his lips parting in surprise. Knowing that Asna was still too shy, Felix kept his mouth shut and enjoyed the sensation of her divine and perfect rear. Although he was feeling it through her pajamas, Felix felt like his hands were melting within 2 marshmallows. He experienced countless girls in his 2 lifetimes, but not once did he get this turned on by a mere touch. How will it feel skin to skin? The devil started to whisper in Felix's ears, alluring him into putting his hands within Asna's pants. When it came to Asna, Felix always lacked a bit of control. So, he went for it. The instant Asna felt his warm fingers trying to slide through her pajamas, she immediately pushed him away and bolted upstairs while cursing in embarrassment, "You pervy bastard! Worth the shot!" Felix chuckled while eyeing his palms, feeling like he had just touched a treasure. Just as he took a step forward, Felix looked down and saw that his little junior was ready for action. "Settle down, it's false alarm." Felix smacked him causally and started to undress while heading to the bathroom. Half an hour later, Felix, Asna, and the three masters had gathered in his consciousness space to discuss the spirit realm ticket in detail. "Did Lord Quetzalcoatl agree to take me and Asna instead of you, Master?" Felix asked. "We have yet to tell him about you and Asna," Lady Sphinx informed, "although you won the ticket in a fair manner and I paid the price for it, he Mig." "Wait, you paid for it?" Asna interrupted with a confused look. "Of course she did, and she paid at least 12 treasures." Thor confessed, Felix merely won the right for Lady Sphinx to pay for the ticket, not receive it for free. Lord Quetzalcoatl isn't that generous. No wonder Cyclope and Lord Dune didn't comment too much when they heard that the third ticket would be fought for in the games. It turned out, Lady Sphinx still had to pay her a reasonable number of treasures. Fortunately for her, Lord Quetzalcoatl wasn't too interested in collecting monoliths. So, he accepted other treasures in their stand. "Isn't that a bit too steep?" Asna bit her lips, feeling somewhat guilty that Lady Sphinx had to cough out so much for her. "Don't worry about it." Lady Sphinx chuckled, "I have earned everything back and more after Felix won the game." Whether the primogenitors had champions in the game or not, they weren't so cheap to not bet a treasure for the sake of entertainment. Since more than 20 primogenitor attended the gathering, Lady Sphinx had won 19 marvelous treasures. The fact that no one made a bet on Felix beside her, Thor, and Hormungandr, helped her keep all the treasures to herself. So, she didn't lose out at all. "I am glad." Asna sighed in relief. "Back to our topic," Lady Sphinx said with a serious tone, "I wanted to avoid informing Lord Quetzalcoatl about you guys so soon, since he could back out from the deal at any given moment." "Indeed." Hormungandr supported, "He believes that he will be taking Lady Sphinx, but he might not accept it if we told him that the ticket was meant for you. After all, we have no idea about his method and if it is even possible to work on you guys." "I understand." Felix nodded. He discerned that Lady Sphinx's decision was the right one. There was no need to inform Lord Quetzalcoatl's situation right now when Asna had yet to decide whether she wanted to split her soul with Felix or not. It seemed like Lord Quetzalcoatl had given Lady Sphinx the freedom to decide on the time of their visit to the spirit realm. "But, we still need to ask him about our condition," Asna mentioned. "What if he agreed to help us, but we have to fulfill some conditions first?" Felix and Asna's situation was too unique. Lord Quetzalcoatl had mentioned that his method allowed him to hijack a dead spirit, turning it into a bus. But, in the case of Asna and Felix, they were considered as two souls in one. Was it even possible to merge themselves with another soul? It was known that number 3 is a crowd. "I know, but I prefer dealing with him after a while." Lady Sphinx smirked cunningly, "I have given him a special potion as one of the treasures. I know for a fact that he will use it eventually." "He, how shameless, but I like it." Thor laughed sinisterly. "As expected of Master." Felix grinned widely too. He understood her ploy instantly since it was one of his tricks too. When Lord Quetzalcoatl drank the potion, he would not be able to decline them even if it would take more work to help them out. After all, he couldn't return Lady Sphinx's potion. There was no way he could make one or find it to give it back with the rest of the treasures. Chapter 818, Crescent Battleaxe. After Felix got the information he wanted about the Spirit Realm ticket, he ditched the gathering to start preparing for the next game. Since he knew that artifacts were allowed in the games, he started training with his Crescent Battleaxe. "Look at this beauty!" Felix placed the axe on his lap and caressed it gently, not helping himself but admire its dignified appearance. Eeeeeeeee. Nemo got jealous and jumped on Felix's lap too. He showed him his belly and gave him a puppy look, clearly asking for patting as well. You know I can't say no to that look. Felix chuckled as he scratched Nemo's belly, making him squirm around in happiness. After feeding Nemo his daily dose of love, Felix picked him and placed him next to his playhouse. Nemo went to wrestle with a couple of pets over toys, thoroughly ignoring Felix. Felix knew that he couldn't be there always for Nemo when his schedule was always busy, so he created company for him in his UVR's room. As for his growth, it was slow, but there was progress. After dealing with that little troublemaker, Felix returned to his training room and requested, "Queen, please place a couple of dummies in here." A moment later, the area around Felix was packed with static dummies. Felix lifted the crescent battleaxe with one hand and placed it on his shoulder. Then, he eyed the furthest dummy from him and hurled the axe as hard as he could. Boom! By the time Felix blinked, the battleaxe had already cleaved the dummy from a 5 kilometer away and was returning to him at the same speed, not losing its momentum at all. Albeit it was a bit terrifying for Felix to see the axe splitting the wind on its returning trajectory, he still extended his arm and caught it by the handle. Truly amazing! Felix praised in admiration. The crescent battleaxe was designed to always get caught by the handle when reaching the thrower. The fact that it was able to cleave someone from 5 kilometers and return in less than 2 seconds was honestly too good to be true. Let's lace it now. Felix grinned faintly as he placed his finger next to the sharp blade. Black gooey liquid exited his finger as he ran it across the entire blade. Then, he requested the queen to create another dummy a bit further than the previous one. Instead of throwing the axe immediately, Felix decided to use one of the active abilities engraved on the futharks. The battleaxe was embedded with 12 futharks. Some of them were engraved with passive abilities that gets activated automatically during use. Such acceleration futhark that helped the battleaxe at least triple its speed in its travel. Or toughness futharks that made sure that the battleaxe wouldn't break easily. The boomerang effect was also based on a passive futhark. As for the active ones, there were just 3 futharks. Felix had already read them after he was given the full details about the battleaxe by the queen. Let's test out the targeting futhark first. Felix requested the queen to activate it. Just like nanosuits, Queen AI was needed to activate the futharks since no one was able to control them directly like dwarves. It's on. After hearing her confirmation, Felix aimed the crescent battleaxe at the furthest dummy and mew-mewed, "Lock on him." It's done. It didn't take even a moment before Queen AI assured him that the target had been locked. Felix knew that she wasn't bullshitting him since he could see that the futhark responsible for the ability was shimmering brightly. Soon, he turned around and aimed at the ceiling of his training room. Then, he threw the battleaxe in a single clean motion. Whoosh! Will you look at that? Felix grinned at the sight of the battleaxe suddenly curving from its direction and making a long wide half-circle before reaching the targeted dummy and decapitating his head. The poison wasn't even needed when the axe's sharpness was off the charts. The best part? It continued traveling on its journey in a circular path until it was caught by Felix's hand. Not bad at all. The more Felix used the battleaxe, the more it grew on him. It was simply too perfect for his battle style, if we didn't include void abilities. Felix knew that he wouldn't be relying on void abilities forever. So, the faster he mastered poison and lightning, the quicker he would get accustomed to a permanent and defined fighting style. The fact that the battleaxe could be used as a ranged weapon as well as in melee made it possible for Felix to be flexible in his fights. Felix spent the next 8 hours doing nothing but playing with his battleaxe, appearing like a kid who wouldn't get enough of a new fun toy. In those 8 hours, Felix had created many new strategies that wouldn't have been possible without the battleaxe's uniqueness. Felix was most definitely going to be using them in the upcoming 3 vs 3 tournament if an opportunity presented itself. 3 days later. Felix had been summoned to the arena with the rest of the chosen champions, who would be representing their ancestors. This time, Felix was standing above Weber's head while accompanied by Rotspawn. Since this would be a 3 vs 3 tournament, the rest of the team had to watch the game from the stands. "Welcome back, Landlord, Star Follower, Gasmouth, and Dust Hand." Michael greeted with a faint smile. "I am glad you have no issues with playing 2 games back to back." Felix wasn't the only player who was planning to participate in all 3 games. After all, nothing would help those players secure the MVP in the event besides having 3 spectacle performances in all 3 games. "Shall we see the tournament brackets?" Michael inquired while displaying a holographic screen for the tournament's brackets. Since there were only 12 teams participating in the tournament, the brackets placement was a bit weird. As you can see, during the semi-final, a team will be promoted straight to the final without needing to fight. Michael informed, "We have decided that the team with the best performance in the quarter-finals would be the one promoted to the finals straight away." No one seemed to have an issue with that. In fact, they would have protested if it was left to luck or such. "The Queen will be responsible for randomizing the brackets placements," Michael said as he displayed a secondary hologram. This one was showing the names of all teams. It appeared as such. Saurus's team, Horror Screamer, Duskbringer, Highbane. Mananangle team, Leaf Snarl, Warforge, Mistlash. Wendigo team, Mild Shine, Hellsworn, Humblebinder. Lord Dune's team, Star Follower, Sage Slayer, Truth Hunter. Jorgamos team, Dust Hand, Fallenstone, Spider Mummy. Aspidakellone's team, Landlord, Weber, Rotspawn. Aklee team, Gasmouth, Simple Spirit, Deadly Mist // Soon, the teams began shuffling until no one was able to recognize their own team. Then, they were placed in each bracket in a randomized manner. We are facing fog crawlers in our first round. Felix thought inwardly after seeing his opponents. "Damn it, I hate those guys." Weber complained with an irritable look, "It's impossible to hit them within the fog, and they always keep making me feel like crap with their mental attacks." "Stop whining, at least we didn't end up against dragons or the battle space worms in our first round." Rotspawn sighed in relief. "True, but we still need to be careful from those fog crawlers. They can turn us against each other in the blink of an eye if we let down our guards." Felix knitted his eyebrows as he peeked at Gasmouth, Simple Spirit, and Deadly Mist. Just the appearance of fog crawlers was enough to give nightmares to anyone. They resembled dragonflies with their crystal-wide thin wings and long narrow abdomen. Unlike dragonflies, they had 8 pupilless white eyes spread out all over their head, giving them full view of their surroundings. This made Felix understand that he was being watched at this moment by them even though they had their heads facing the front. The creepiest part about them must be the gloomy grey fog that was being emitted constantly from 2 glands on their thin shoulders. The fog wasn't dispersing by the wind, but it kept revolving around them, making them seem like they were floating in air. "I hope it will be an enjoyable battle, Miss Aklee." Aspidakellone smiled politely while nodding his head at gorgeous blue-skinned woman, who was sitting on a cloud of a fog. She was in a beautiful humanoid form, but primogenitors knew her true monstrous appearance. An appearance that was harrowing enough, kids would cry just by a mere glance at her pictures. "Likewise," Aklee replied softly. Although the primogenitors were chatting between each other, creating a small ruckus, Aspidakellone managed to hear her voice crystal clear. After this interaction, no one else bothered Aklee, making her return into the darkness of the room. They knew that she was absolutely not fun to interact with. Hell, even Lord Osiris wasn't as depressive as her. "The battles will start from the left side of the brackets," Michael disclosed, "so, check your current placements in the tournament and be prepared to fight." "Not too horrible," Felix mewed. His team's placement was in the center of the brackets, which meant they would be the third battle for today. As for the first fight, It was actually Cherif's team against Wendigo's team. I'm willing to bet 2 divine treasures that Brother Cherif's team will wipe the floor with those 3 in the first 15 minutes of the game. Thor grinned as he proposed, who will take me on? Chapter 819, 3 vs 3 Tournament. Don't look at me. Erebus waved his hands in rejection, having absolutely no confidence in Wendigo's team. The rest of the primogenitors also looked away or gave forced laughs, feeling somewhat embarrassed by the situation. How about 10 minutes? Thor kept on pushing, not caring that he was being given death stares by Wendigo, Saurus, and Mananangel. How about you? When Thor saw that no one was moved by his wager proposal, he turned to those 3 with a silly grin. F***ck off. Saurus flipped him in front of everyone and faced the other direction, not getting baited. Mananangel and Wendigo also ignored him, knowing that their champions were going to struggle immensely against those 3 dragons. In fact, they doubted if they could survive for even 5 minutes. Not everyone had an overpowered element like Felix. Tisk, what a shame. Thor clicked his tongue, not believing even in your team. At least, I have a team. Wendigo fired back with a soft snort. I will rather be a spectator than keep sending my champions to their death like you. Thor recovered easily from his burn. All right, settle down. Siren stopped their quarrel before it get heated like always. Then, she suggested, how about we start placing the bets on the winner of this tournament? Fine by me. Erebus replied. I bet on Aspidicalone's team. Lady Yggdrasil informed with a faint chuckle, my daughter kept annoying me to do so in the previous days. She is quite intelligent. Hormungandr praised. Haha, you won't regret it. Thor felt delighted to have another primogenitor finally deciding to trust in Felix's capabilities. You 2 idiots. Lady Sphinx facepalmed as she scolded them. Now, if Felix managed to win the tournament, we will have to split our treasure pool with her too. Oh, we completely forgot. In all 3 games, the primogenitors needed to place at least 1 treasure on the final winner. This created a pool of treasures that would be given to the ones who won their wagers. In the previous game, Lady Sphinx had gotten away with everyone's astonishing items. But now, even if Felix managed to clutch it, she would be forced to share the pool with others. One shouldn't forget that Aspidicalone needed to take his share too since it was his team originally. Thankfully, Lady Yggdrasil was the only outsider who bet on Aspidicalone's team. The other primogenitors either placed bets on their own teams or on the ones with the highest chance to win it. Individual games weren't the same as team-based games. Some races perform 10 times better when fighting in a unite. After the pool of treasures was created, Lady Sphinx made her move on Lord Osiris. Are you interested in a personal bet with our monoliths placed on the line? She expressed telepathically. Lord Osiris looked at her with his soulless dark eyes and replied, yes. 20 monoliths on the final winner. Lady Sphinx proposed calmly, my choice is obvious. Daring. Lord Osiris was still expressionless even though Lady Sphinx was asking him to risk giving up on a whopping 20 monoliths at once. Since Lord Osiris was the 2nd biggest collector of monoliths, Lady Sphinx knew that he must have reached such number. After all, she owned 40 or more monoliths by now. Lady Sphinx didn't approach Lord Osiris with such a bet in the previous game because everyone knew that Felix had an advantage over others when it came to knowledge. But this was different. I will think about it. Lord Osiris replied. You have until the start of the first battle. Lady Sphinx gave him an ultimatum. It wouldn't be fair to her if he placed a bet on the winner of the first battle while Felix had yet to fight. Understood. While Lady Sphinx and Lord Osiris were making the biggest bet in the history of this event, Felix was sitting in the stands next to his team, waiting for the fight to begin. Good thing, they moved the battle to a randomized big map. Felix commentated as he watched the 2 teams preparing themselves on 2 opposite sides of Tropical Island. The island was significantly bigger than the arena, making it harder for the dragons to obliterate everyone with a single nuke. In addition, it offered more freedom to the players to fight as they desired instead of being confined in a small arena, especially when it was a team battle. After seeing that both teams were more than ready, Michael started the countdown above the tropical island, making sure that both teams were able to see it. The instant the countdown reached 0, the 3 dragons took off in the air and flew at their fastest speed towards Wendigo's team. "Spread out!" Hellsworn yelled out loud while speeding away on top of a cloud made out of blood. The gremlin Mildshine had cast a small pool of darkness on the ground and hid within it. Then, he swayed through the jungle until he wasn't seen anymore. As for Humblebinder, he flew in the air towards the approaching 3 dragons. Although their chances to win this fight are slim, but they aren't completely obsolete. Michael tried to hype up Wendigo's team. Radiant players are capable of controlling their elements from hundreds of meters. If used correctly, they might win this fight, somehow. The spectators weren't fools to believe in his crap. They knew that Wendigo's team was going to lose. The only thing they weren't certain about was how long it was going to be. "I believe the fight will last more than 15 minutes. Upon hearing a familiar voice behind him, Felix turned around and spotted Amray smiling gently. "You must be tripping." Felix shook his head casually. "It will last no more than 10 minutes if they don't actively avoid the fight. "Wanna bet?" Amray offered playfully while trying to sit next to him. Alas, Weber glared at her with a cold expression. "Buzz off, my head is not a chair." Weber might be cheerful and chippy, but it didn't mean that he allowed anyone to walk all over him. He was still a proud Radiant champion and a heavenly turtle. He allowed only Felix to sit on his head since he was his captain and respected him a big deal. "You heard him." Felix shrugged his shoulders, clearly not planning to request Weber to allow Selphie to sit next to him. Permission had to be given by Weber and Felix had no interest in abusing his captain's authority to please Selphie. "It's okay, I will stay like this." Selphie's lips twitched, feeling somewhat embarrassed by the current situation. Upon seeing that she was uncomfortable, Felix didn't want to be too much of an asshole to her. After all, she healed him back to his peak form when she could have easily taken advantage of his situation. "I will be back later." Felix patted Weber's head and stood up. Then, he teleported to an empty area away from everyone. He gestured with his hand for Selphie to join him. Selphie didn't know if she should feel happy that he had freed his time for her or vexed for even feeling like that in the first place. After all, she was the heiress of the Elvish 9 realms. When it came to authority and respect, she was below only the current Elvish queen. "Get hold of yourself, act upon your status, lest he start treating you as his brother," Selphie thought inwardly while shaking away those emotions away. As an high elf and a master of runes, her observation skills were quite uncanny. So, she easily noticed that Felix absolutely had no interest in her romantically whatsoever. With a bit of digging in the network during the past 3 days, she found out about Isna, his alleged girlfriend. Only after seeing Isna's perfection did she understand why Felix was always unreactive to her irresistible charm. Still, she was clearly not planning to give up on him even when her competition was simply way out of anyone's league in terms of beauty. "So, do you want to bet?" Selphie suggested again with a pretty smile after sitting next to him. "What do I get if I win?" Felix inquired with a curious expression. "Anything you want." Selphie replied shyly. "Sweet. How about some life essence?" Felix's eyes brightened up. "Can you hook me up with a bottle?" Selphie's shy expression stiffened, not knowing how to react. She literally gave him a free pass to her body and the first thought that popped in his mind was the life essence. Am I a block of wood in his eyes? Selphie felt emotionally scarred. She knew that her beauty was unworthy to be mentioned next to Isna, but she still had some confidence about her personality. She was kind, sweet, gentle, soft, and would make any man seek to protect her at all cost. "So? Can you hook me up with a bottle?" Felix stressed, I am willing to bet something of equivalent value, just ask. I can help you get more than a bottle. Selphie hardened her emotions and tempted, I can allow you to bath in the fountain personally. Are you being serious? Felix's expression became stern all of a sudden. Chapter 820, 3 vs 3 Tournament. Dead serious. Selphie smiled charmingly as she thought, if I besought my mom, she will most definitely allow it. How? I thought that other races aren't allowed to even look at the life essence fountain. Felix titled his head in confusion, did the rules change or something? Felix knew that asking for a bottle was already too much since only royalty were allowed regular access to the life essence fountain. As for other high elves, they could bathe only once in their lifetime in the fountain. At least, they had it better than other elves in the rest of the elvish realms. They were given only a small bottle to drink in their lifetime. There was no point in mentioning humans, werewolves, vampires, and other outsiders. Life essence was a mere fantasy to them. You don't have to bother yourself with my method. If you win our bet, I will make sure that you bathe in our fountain regardless of what. Selphie promised with a confident tone. Although Felix still had some skeptical at her ability to deliver such an unimaginable task, he decided to take a leap of faith and trust her. What do you want from me? Felix coughed, I doubt I have something that can match your bet. If it was just a bottle of life essence, Felix could trade it with a unique rank 4 potion concocted by him personally. The recipe belonged to Lady Sphinx and wasn't available in the market, which meant the potion could be used even as a collectible. But now? He knew that it would be almost impossible to match her bet. Bathing in the life essence for even 30 minutes was enough to increase one's lifespan by at least 100,000 years. This was merely a byproduct. The real effect was providing a significant boost to everything that could be enhanced. This meant, Felix could benefit from having a tremendous enhancement to his physical strength, elemental capacity, mental capacity, affinities to elements, soul, and even his spiritual pressure. It was like an upgraded version of replacement enhancements that all bloodliners go through in their path. If Felix could obtain such an all-rounded boost before undergoing his next replacement, it would be huge for his future. So, he really hoped that Selphie wouldn't ask for the stars and reject the wager with him. I don't want much. Selphie tucked a stalk behind her ear shyly as she murmured, if I win, you will take me to dinner. Her voice faded at the end, making it hard for Felix to pick up what she said. Can you repeat it a bit louder? Felix requested while leaning closer to her face. Selphie's cute long ears reddened at how close he was, but she didn't push him away. Instead, she steeled her guts and whispered in his ear, I want a dinner date with you. Felix was left at loss for words, not expecting her wish at all. When he pulled back a little and saw how she behaved, the way she talked, and her excessive friendless, he finally realized what this was all about. You got to be shitting me. Felix's eyes widened as he stared at her blushed cheeks, did she really fall for me or am I tripping? Felix prided himself in not being dense around women, but he truly thought that Selphie was simply being friendly with him. Hell, he didn't even know her real name. Did I hear a dinner date? A sneeze suddenly creeped up in Felix's mind, sending chills coursing on his spine at the thought of her listening to them from the beginning. Asna was watching the game peacefully from the UVR until she noticed Felix sitting next to Selphie in the stand. Without hesitation, she logged out and started eavesdropping on their conversation from the consciousness space. When she saw how Felix was disinterested in Selphie and cared only about gaining strength like some muscle head, she felt secure again and decided to return to the UVR. Alas, Selphie just had to be ballsy and request a date from Felix in case she won the bet. Nothing is going on here. No need to explain. Asna said, I trust that you will never wrong me. Felix sighed in relief after hearing so. He really didn't expect Asna to be this mature. He knew that she was still a bit crazy in the head. I have no problem with taking you to dinner. Before Selphie could rejoice at his acceptance, Felix had to crush her hopes completely, but, it can't be a date. I have a girlfriend and would rather avoid hurting or fooling either of you. Felix wasn't kidding around. Life Essence Bath was truly an opportunity that couldn't be gotten by normal means. Yet, he would give up on it in a heartbeat if it was going to start troubles with Isna or Selfie. He was committed 100% to his relationship with Isna, and he wasn't interested in fooling around with other girls. She was all he needs. Selfie was a good girl and absolutely didn't deserve to have her emotions played by him for the sake of getting stronger. I see. Selfie smiled wryly as she apologized, I am truly sorry if I made you uncomfortable. I have been taught from young that only courageous ones gets what they deserve in life. So, I made a move on you even though I knew about the rumors about your girlfriend. I am actually quite flattered. Felix scratched his nose, being approached by an intelligent beauty like you doesn't happen regularly in my life. You think I am pretty? Selfie's ears reddened again after hearing him compliment her for the first time. How about I invite you to dinner with my girlfriend? I believe you girls will hit it off immediately. Felix proposed in a heartbeat after seeing her reaction, not wanting to give her any false hope. Hey! I have never agreed to this. Asna complained. So, you are fine with me dining with her, Alan? Shut up, I will be there. How predictable. F***ck off. Hee. Felix chuckled in his mind at his interaction with Asna. No other girl could replace Asna when it came to personality even though it wasn't perfect. He loved that imperfection about her the most. I would love to hang with you guys. Selfie agreed to his proposal. Cool, let's set a date after the event ends. Felix smiled faintly as he extended his hand, Felix Maxwell by the way. He realized that he had yet to introduce himself properly even though he knew that she must be familiar with his name. Plus, a handshake was the best friend-zoning weapon followed by a bro hug. Excuse my manners. Selfie shook his hand elegantly as she introduced, Selfie Presrona Yggdrasil. Yggdrasil. Felix raised an eyebrow in surprise, is Elder Yggdrasil your mother? Yep, I tagged alone to ease a bit of my boredom. Selfie explained. No wonder you were confident in being able to get me a bath in the life essence fountain. Felix knew that if someone was able to completely bypass the elvish rules and tradition, it would most definitely be Lady Yggdrasil. After all, the life essence fountain was hers to begin with. Boom. Just as Selfie was about to reply, 3 thunderous explosions occurred simultaneously on the island. Are you still interested in our bet? Felix smirked faintly after seeing that Hellspawn had been caught in one of those explosions, turning him into ash instantly. You are trying to cheat me. Selfie pouted. She ought to feel this way since her date with Felix had been scrubbed and turned into a friendly dinner with Isna. Plus, one of Wendigo's team members had been eliminated in the first 5 minutes of the game. How about we change the bet terms then? Felix still hadn't given up on getting that bath. He knew that he could simply make a request and Selfie might actually help him out free of charge. But, that was too shameless, even for him. It would be the same as taking advantage of someone crushing over you. He hadn't reached a deep level of friendship with her to make such a massive request and not feel guilty about it. All right. Selfie giggled as she proposed, if you won your next battle, I will beg Mother to make it happen, but, if you lose the fight, you will need to spend a century in my realm. A century? Hey, it looks like she still haven't truly given up on you yet. Asna squinted her eyes dangerously, now, I am eager to meet her in that dinner. Chillax a little. Felix's eyelids twitched, she is an elf, a century is the same as a month to us. What? I am being generous here. Selfie titled her head cutely after seeing that he didn't reply. She was being truthful, high elves lived for a very, very long time unlike majority of the races. They weren't immortals, but their longevity could reach to 100,000 years at minimum. So, a century was really just a long month for Selfie. I can do a decade. Felix tried to haggle, we humans have an entire different perspective on time than you elves. A decade is already a long period in my eyes. How about 50 years then? Selfa gave him a puppy look with her soul-devouring oceanic blue eyes, making Felix like he would suck into a pool of cuteness if he didn't break the eye contact. A decade. Felix stressed while looking away. 40. A decade. 20. A decade. Fine. Selfa pouted in annoyance, finally giving in to Felix's offer. Felix didn't mention a contract since it would be somewhat unsavory before her. Friendships were hard to start when contracts get involved. After all, the basic element of friendship was trust. A decade of companionship should be enough to change his feelings about me. Selfa thought inwardly with a resolved look. Although she had been rejected clearly by Felix, this merely made her want him even more to herself. High elves didn't easily get attached romantically to others. When they do, they would make sure to get what they desired no matter what. In Selfa's eyes, Asna was simply his girlfriend. Such relationships were easily breakable after long periods of time. I have plenty of time in my plate to snatch him from her. Selfa smiled faintly as she took a glimpse of Felix's face. It was doubtful if she would have the same confidence if she ever knew about Felix's and Asna's souls being merged. Chapter 821, Against the Fog Crawlers. An hour later. Felix could be seen sitting above Weber's head while accompanied by Rotspan on the arena floor. The three fog crawlers were floating next to them. You guys know the rules. Michael nodded at them both and said, good luck and may the best performing team win this battle. Without further delay, both teams had been teleported on opposite sides of a futuristic ghost city. There were many unique design skyscrapers and hover vehicles parked on the sides of the roads. Thankfully, the roads were wide enough for Weber and Rotspan, allowing to move freely without breaking into buildings. Brace yourselves, it's about to get even creepier. Felix said while zooming on a magnificent towering cloud of fog approaching them slowly. Fog crawlers are truly fast workers. Michael commentated as he pinpointed at the camera at the three dragonfly-like creatures. They might be small compared to heavenly turtles, but they were still pumping a never-ending flood of fog from their shoulder blades. While the fog was being spewed, they controlled it to spread out in the front, knowing that the fight would most likely be held in the center of the city. Get ready to turn into formless shape at any given moment. Gasmouth ordered emotionlessly, they might crawl from beneath us. Simple Spirit and Deadly Mist nodded in understanding while continuing to pump out fog. If fog crawlers have one glaring weakness, it must be their inability to turn formless while casting their fogs. Michael advised, Landlord's team must make a move on them as fast as possible before they engulf the entire city in their fog. Felix didn't need to be advised as he had already prepared many strategies on how to deal with fog crawlers either in individual or team-based games. Let's show them what we came up with. Felix patted Weber's head twice. You can count on us. Weber assured as he pulled his thick neck slowly within his shell. Felix kept sitting in a mediation position on his head, not worried that he would be crushed within the shell or such. Landlord has completely disappeared within Weber's shell. Michael commentated with a surprised look, why did he do so? For protection? Surprise ambush? Isn't it better to hide in the Void Realm? All of his questions were valid, and it looked like the viewers were as confused as him. I will open the way. Rotspan said as he dug himself through the asphalt like it was made out of marshmallows. It took him merely a couple of seconds to reach half a kilometer deep underground. Without hesitation, Weber followed him through the tunnel. When they got highlighted by red color, the viewers weren't surprised to see them heading towards the fog crawlers. It looks like Landlord is planning to ambush from underground for some reason. Michael said. In his eyes, ambushes from the Void Realm were unparalleled. After all, they allowed him to literally be on top of his opponents without being sensed. What are you thinking? Thoughtful, Selfie rested her chin on her palm as she eyed Felix's highlighted outline. She knew that Felix was almost unstoppable when given the right tools to play with. Having two heavenly turtles at his disposal was the same as giving wings to a tiger. Am I bad to wish that he loses? Selfa curled her lips. I'm such a klutz. I should have proposed another bet that isn't related to him. She wanted him to win and be happy, but at the same time, she didn't want to lose her bet. Ah, whatever. Whether he wins or loses, he will need to come to my realm. Selfa smiled. He will most likely stay a few years if I requested. One could only wish that she would retain the same desire and confidence in wooing Felix after she meet Asna face to face. They finally arrived below them. Selfa snapped out of her daydreaming after hearing Michael's exclamation. Oh ho, I see. When she looked at screen, she quickly concluded why Felix decided to remain with his teammates. Since the fog crawlers are as silent as ghosts and doesn't need to walk on the ground, there is no way those two will be able to locate them without Felix. She reasoned. She was absolutely right. Felix was guiding Weber and Rotspawn by using his infrared vision. It wouldn't have been possible if he did so from the Void Realm, since his AP bracelet will be destroyed. When that happened, he would not be able to send messages by using the Queen even though they were in the UVR. Games followed strict realistic standards. The only thing allowed was recovering the AP bracelet if destroyed, since most players couldn't operate effectively without it. We are right below them, you may begin. Felix ordered as he squinted at the three fog crawlers. Don't screw up this time, Weber. Rotspawn warned, our synergy needs to be perfect or else it will be for naught. I got this. Weber nodded with a serious expression. I believe in you guys. Felix waved his hand and jumped outside Weber's shell. Then, he entered the Void Realm and traveled to the surface of the city. He made a quick calculation in his mind and then picked a unique position above the fog crawlers. Under the intrigued eyes of the viewers, Felix extended his palm forward and created a small-sized void domain that surrounded him alone. He kept it affixed in this size and waited patiently for his teammates to follow up with the plan. Rumble rumble. Here we go. Without warning, towering thick walls rose from the ground in a wide circle around the fog crawlers. When need to exit it now? Gasmouth shouted an order after seeing that the walls were curving inward, trying to connect with each other to lock them within a dome. The walls are too far. We won't make it in time. The other two agreed with his idea and acted upon it immediately. The circle diameter had reached 1 kilometer more or so, making it almost impossible for the fog crawlers to cross over them before they get connected. Brilliant! Rotspawn and Weber are working on each half of the dome. Michael shouted in excitement as he placed the camera on those two. As he mentioned, Rotspawn and Weber were teaming up for the creation of this magnificent and gigantic dome. It would have been absolutely impossible for them to create one this big and fast all alone. Let's fly out of here. Simple Spirit suggested while looking up. Because the walls were too far from each other, it would take a bit more time to connect and enclose on the fog crawlers. Gasmouth and Deadly Mist acted immediately upon Simple Spirit's idea. Naturally, they weren't flying with their wings. They knew that it would be risky to keep themselves exposed during an ambush. So, they turned into their ghost state and controlled their fog to fly them outside the dome. Unfortunately for them, Felix was waiting exactly for this reaction. The moment he saw them getting close to him, Felix opened a void rift in their path and exited it quickly while still inside his void domain. Immediately after he exited it, the void rift collapsed on itself. Felix ignored it and created a small one to put his palm in it and continue to fuel his void domain. This time, he went all out, getting his domain to expand to 100 meters as quickly as possible. Retreat! Gasmouth shivered after seeing that his fog kept disappearing through the void domain. He realized that his fate wouldn't be too pleasant even if he entered the void domain in his ghost state. Go around, shit, it's blocking the exit. Just as he wanted to fly around the void domain, he realized it was situated perfectly under the opening. To make matters even worse for them, the walls had never stopped curving towards the center for even a second. In the end, the fog crawlers were forced to seek other methods of leaving the dome besides this one. Thud. After the dome was finally closed shut, utter darkness befell within it. Fortunately for the viewers, the street lamps went on automatically, gracing them with a bit of light. Alas, because of the fog spreading within the dome continuously, those light poles didn't provide much help. This made Michael highlight all the players with different colors. It looks like they have been trapped successfully. Selfie wondered, but, what's the point? The dome is 1 kilometer wide and tall, it will be truly difficult to kill them within such a large space. As she said, Gasmouth and the other two didn't panic or freak out after being locked inside the dome. They knew that as long as they remained in their ghost state and kept their distance from Felix's void domain, they would be freed soon. After all, Rotspan and Weber could not keep such a towering dome erected forever. Chapter 822, Against the Fog Crawlers LL. What did you find in the sewers? Is there a way out? Gasmouth inquired. No, the dome is connected with the ground completely. Deadly Mist shook his head, it's like we are inside a jar. Okay, don't bother with escaping. Gasmouth ordered, let's take advantage of the situation and fill the entire dome with FO. Rumble rumble. Before he could finish his sentence, Gasmouth was startled by the ground shaking heavily again. Are they trying to hit us with earth-based abilities? He couldn't help but snicker at the thought. Fog element was absolute counter to earth element since it could not get rid of it that easily. How could you destroy gas with solid object? Is it just me or the dome looks like it's shrinking? Deadly Mist mewed while squinting his eyes at the walls. Are you certain? They were too far and the darkness wasn't making it any easier for him to truly confirm it, but he could swear that the walls seemed like they were inching closer to them. When Gasmouth decided to get close and check for himself, his heart sunk to the bottom of his stomach. It's really shrinking. He could see that the walls were cracking and self-repairing themselves as they pushed through anything in front of them. Crush! Bam! Even the skyscrapers couldn't avoid being ruptured from their foundation and fall into each other, creating a dreadful apocalyptic scene. Yet, the viewers weren't able to see any of this at its glory. The light poles lost their source of energy after their wire grid got utterly ruined by the chaos. At least, they had a better view of the dome shrinking from outside. How can they shrink it without destroying its integrity? Michael was truly left in awe of Rotspan and Weber's extraordinary earth manipulation. Their teamwork is admirable. Erebus praised. The rest of the primogenitors nodded in agreement. They understood that a single mistake by either Rotspan or Weber would result in the dome crashing down. After all, each one controlled half of the dome. This meant if one pushed faster or was a bit slower, the structure would fall apart instantly. Keep up the good work, guys. Felix smiled in satisfaction after seeing that his plan was coming along just fine. Time to do my part. Felix teleported to the center of the city, not caring about the falling buildings and explosions occurring all around him. Then, he stood in his notorious T-pose and activated his void domain again. This time, he went absolutely all out. 50 meters, 100 meters, 200 meters, 300 meters. The void domain stopped expanding only after covering 300 meters diameter more or less. Because of the fog getting devoured immediately after touching the domain, it painted a freaky image in the minds of the viewers and the three fog crawlers. The void domain appeared akin to a humongous dreadful spherical pupil while the fog covering it entirely was its sclera. Oh Lord, being in that dome is truly a nightmare you won't wish for your worst enemy. Michael gasped with a genuine frightened look. No one blamed him for such reaction. The rest of the champions watching the fight all started to sweat buckets at thought of being there right now. The city was falling apart like the world was crumbling. A dome-like prison that was constantly shrinking. A foggy atmosphere, adding the harrowing effect of the unknown. Last but not least, an enormous pitch-black sphere suspended in the air akin to a black hole. Gas-Mouth, Deadly Mist, and Simple Spirit were on the verge of crapping themselves as they kept flying randomly within the dome, trying to find out just one opening. Found anything yet? No. Don't stop looking. They were absolutely freaking out at each other. What else could they do? They were called fog crawlers for a reason. Their strength relied heavily on mental attacks within the fog while their defenses were quite crap. But, due to their ability to turn into untargetable ghosts, they could survive many things as long as they were within their fog. What they lacked was physical strength and destructive abilities. This made it impossible for them to break through such thick walls that were at least 5 meters in width. What's worse, the walls were being self-repaired automatically even if they cracked due to the buildings and such. This signified that only pure destructive abilities would work against them. It's done for them. Self sighed in disappointment after seeing that the dome had finally shrunk to the point it was merely a few meters away from the void domain. She could see that the fog crawlers were being pushed by the walls against their will towards their inevitable doom. Their ghost state was utterly useless when even the fog wasn't able to escape from the walls. In a few moments, the 3 highlighted outlines representing them had been extinguished. It's done. Aspidicalone's team have earned their qualification to the quarter-finals with a brilliant teamwork and strategy. Michael howled with a thrilled expression after seeing the harrowing deaths of the fog crawlers. Whoa! All heavenly turtles in the stands extended their necks and cheered as loud as they could. A win for their ancestor meant a win for them too. Meanwhile, Felix, Weber, and Rotspawn had been teleported back to the arena shortly after. Michael didn't hesitate to blink next to Felix and interview him about his strategy. Landlord, it looks like you have trained fairly well with your team to master such a remarkable tactic. The credit goes to Weber and Rotspawn. You should interview them. Felix chuckled, I did nothing but T-pose for a few minutes. Haha. It might seem that way, but I do believe that it was your tactic, right? Michael was still adamant at interviewing Felix. Ask Weber, he actually named it. Felix pushed the mic away from his face and teleported back to the stands immediately after Michael looked at Weber. Tisk, squirmy prick. Michael cursed under his breath before returning to his eager persona while interviewing Weber. What did you name your tactic? Void dumpling. Weber proclaimed with his nose in the air, feeling quite proud about his naming sense. You are joking, right? Michael's eyelids twitched. Nope. Weber tried to enlighten him. Think about it, Captain's void domain is the filling while our dome look exactly like a crust of the dumpling. I get it, I get it. Michael interrupted him immediately after hearing the spectators' laughter directed at them. You really let him name it. Selfa giggled as she watched Michael struggling to shut up Weber about his philosophy of choosing the name. He asked, and I never cared about naming any of my tactics. Felix shrugged his shoulders while sitting in a relaxed posture. How generous of you. Selfa said while sizing up Felix's posture. You seem tensed, do you want a quick shoulder massage? She offered while tempting him with her beautiful long thin fingers, you won't get enough of it. A shoulders massage. Go ahead Felix, enjoy it as much as you can. Asna's chilly voice resounded in Felix's mind, when you come back home, I will give my own special massage to compare notes. Cough, I am not that tired. Felix immediately fixed his posture after hearing Asna's threat. Knowing Asna, her special massage had to be revolved around violence. Your loss. Selfie retracted her offer after getting rejected again. Enough about this, tell me when can I expect to get my bath? Felix switched the subject as fast as possible, not wanting Asna to get too hung up on it. Why do I sense that you are hanging out with me just because of the life essence fountain? Selfie pouted. It's just your imagination. Felix replied with a serious tone, who wouldn't want to befriend a kind and a good soul like you? Hee, good burn. Asna smiled evilly after seeing Selfie's lips twitch at his compliment. No one wanted to hear those words from their crush. Thankfully, Selfa knew that she had been already friend-zoned by Felix and this was merely a cherry on the top. Still, she wasn't planning to give up on him whatsoever. The more she gets rejected by Felix, the stronger her attachment would get. Mom is in the gathering at the moment. Selfa disclosed after regaining her composure. I will ask her in the evening after today's fights are concluded. Much appreciated, and good luck. Felix knew that it wasn't conclusive yet if Lady Yggdrasil would agree to have a human bathe in her sacred water, but he could only wish that Selfa would make it happen. You are leaving already? Selfa raised an eyebrow in surprise after seeing him stand up. I need to rejoin the team and watch the rest of the fights with them. Felix smiled, I am the captain after all. Okay. Selfa stood up too and gave him a quick friendly hug. See you in the evening. See you. After he left, Selfa found no reason to remain in the stands anymore. As for Felix, he started to analyze the upcoming fight between Kumiho's team and Siren's team. Who do you think will win, Captain? Weber asked as he eyed the 6 beauties on the arena, waiting to be teleported. Chapter 823, Lady Yggdrasil's Sly Scheme. Most likely the mermaids. Felix answered. Siren's team consisted of 3 gorgeous mermaids, who were capable of manipulation sound to a horrific degree. They could sing songs capable of enchantment and at the same time they could erase their opponents with dreadful sound waves. This was merely the tip of the iceberg in terms of their capabilities. Meanwhile, the spirit foxes were breathtaking all right and could use their beauty to charm their opponents easily with the help of their charm manipulation. However, it would hard for them to do so against mermaids. Firstly, mermaids enjoy owning noteworthy mental defense. Secondly, Siren's team was made entirely of females, making them more inclined to be interested in the opposite sex. This would make it harder for the spirit foxes to pull a fast one on them. As Felix expected, Kumiho's team had ended up losing the fight because of those heavy disadvantages. Later that evening. Good evening, Mother. Selfa greeted as she stepped inside a small garden that was filled with cute animals and beautiful flowers from all kinds. Lady Yggdrasil was watering the flowers with a pot and a peaceful smile. Evening, my dear. Lady Yggdrasil asked softly, where have you been lately? I was watching the fights with Feli, landlord. Selfa replied truthfully, knowing that her mother hated nothing more than needless lies. Him again? Is it just me, or you seem a bit too attached to him lately? Lady Yggdrasil chuckled. Mom, do you really need me to say it out loud? Selfa pouted. Say what? Lady Yggdrasil kept acting ignorant to tease her. Lady Yggdrasil had lived long enough to see empires rise and fall, realms get utterly blown out just to be rebuilt again, primogenitors dies, and other superior beings perishing. How could she not understand what was going with her daughter? You, so annoying. Fine, I like him. Happy? Selfie admitted while looking in the other direction. Quite in fact, I am happy. Lady Yggdrasil teased, I have started to think that you like girls when you keep rejecting every male proposing to you in all 9 realms. I just didn't like them. Selfa complained, they are either too timid because of my status or too arrogant for their own good because of their status. What's different about that kid? Lady Yggdrasil asked, I'm aware that he is looked highly upon by his masters due to his growth potential, but what about his character? Although the nobles of the 9 realms aren't to your satisfaction, but they are at least loyal. Lady Yggdrasil added. When it came loyalty, elves were unmatched. The moment they chose a cause or partner, they would stay loyal to it until the day they die. On other hands, we have humans, it was simply hit and miss with them. You are mistaken about him. He might be a human, but his loyalty is comparable to us. He even refused to take me to a date because he has a girlfriend. Selfa complimented Felix, not realizing that she was bashing herself in the process. Lady Yggdrasil eyed her speechlessly, feeling like she was seeing her daughter for the first time. What? Selfa titled her head in confusion. What do you mean by what? Lady Yggdrasil scolded, "How can you let yourself get friend-zoned? You are a future queen and my daughter. If my peers caught wind of this, I will never hear the end of it. What can I do?" Selfie mumbled in annoyance, "I keep making moves on him, but he blocks them all because of that girl. Unacceptable, how can his girlfriend be better than my daughter?" Lady Yggdrasil frowned, "Show me." Selfie opened a holographic screen and showed Lady Yggdrasil all her information gathered about Asna. When Lady Yggdrasil saw Asna's unparalleled beauty, she couldn't help but give her daughter a sympathetic look. "Mom." Selfie didn't like her look at all. "I still have a chance. Beauty isn't everything." Selfie stressed, "Status, personality, and intelligence are equally important." In Selfie's mind, it was simply impossible to contest against Asna in terms of looks. However, she had other important assets too. "I don't know about her intelligence and personality, but I doubt she has a better social status than me." Selfie spoke confidently. "Oh honey, you have no idea who you are competing with." Lady Yggdrasil kept those thoughts to herself, not wanting to break her daughter's heart. God knows if she would ever be interested in men again. Lady Yggdrasil didn't truly know about Asna's identity or her situation with Felix. However, she deducted that Asna must be from a race that was equally superior as primogenitors or even higher. She picked it up from Asna's manner of speech, walk, gaze, and behavior. Not to mention her unrealistic beauty. If she was disclosed about Felix's memories like Lady Sphinx, Thor, Hormungandr, and Lord Kaus, she would have picked up on Asna's identity instantly. "Well, you do you." Lady Yggdrasil walked to her and patted her in the head gently, "I don't care if you want to tie note with a half donkey half a man as long as you are certain about your choice." "I am certain, it has to be him." Selfie nodded with a resolved expression. "Do you want me to call Lady Sphinx and set you up with him?" Lady Yggdrasil mentioned, "She owes me a favor after giving her my monolith a while ago." "No. That's way too intrusive and forceful. Plus, I doubt Felix will see me too kindly after that." Selfie rejected her suggestion vehemently. "Though, I do need your help with something." Selfie added while avoiding eye contact with her. "What is it?" "I promised him to bathe in the life essence fountain." Selfie's voice faded at the end. Lady Yggdrasil narrowed her eyes at Selfie and asked, "Is he taking advantage of you already?" "No." Selfie defended Felix hastily, "We made a bet about his fight with the fog crawlers. If he wins, I will help him with the life essence fountain, but if he lost, he promised to stay in my realm for a decade. You know the outcome." Selfie added while sighing in disappointment. "So, let me get this straight. You annoyed me to bet on him to win the tournament. Then, you went and made a bet against him and hoped that he loses his fight." Yggdrasil stretched Selfie's ear as she scolded, "Did love make you dumb in an instant or what?" "Oh ow ow. I am sorry. I wasn't thinking straight." Selfie cried painfully while trying to escape from Lady Yggdrasil's clutches. "This is a minor issue, but don't let it happen again." Lady Yggdrasil released her grip as she advised, "Don't do anything dumb to please him if it is going to affect you badly." "I won't." Selfie whimpered while massaging her reddened ear. Elves' ears were too sensitive to stimulation, making it quite a painful process to have them stretched like that. "Since you made a bet and lost, you have to deliver no matter what." Lady Yggdrasil mentioned with a sly smile, "Still, you guys didn't put a number on the exact date. So, just tell him to come whenever he feels like it." "Mom. That's quite shameful and deceiving. Felix didn't put too much thought into it because he trusted me." Selfie retorted after realizing what Lady Yggdrasil wanted to do. "Shut up, I am doing this for you. Plus, don't worry, I will be seen as the bad guy." Lady Yggdrasil chuckled, "What can he do? Complain to his masters." Felix accounted for the fact that Selfie was too nice and kind to try and cheat him after he won the bet. But, he didn't consider that Lady Yggdrasil couldn't care less about him. Since she was the true decider whether he would be entering the fountain or not, she could pick any date she desired. This meant the moment Felix stepped into the elvish realms, he could only wait until Lady Yggdrasil allowed him to use the fountain. It could take months or even years. This was truly helpful to Selphie. She could take advantage of Felix's indefinite stay in her home to make a real connection with him. It will be the best chance to make him mine. Selphie steeled her heart and stopped feeling guilty about agreeing to her mother's plan. Thanks a lot, Mom, I will be going to deliver him the good news. Selphie stepped forward and kissed Lady Yggdrasil in her cheek. Then, she teleported with clear anticipation in her face. This is all I can do for you, my dear. Lady Yggdrasil sighed inwardly, it's doubtful if you can snag him from that mysterious woman, but I hope you won't have any regrets whether you failed or succeed. Lady Yggdrasil soon returned to tending the flowers, not planning on wasting too much of her energy on her daughter's love life. She was too old for that crap. Chapter 824, The Quarterfinals. 5 minutes later. Felix's training session with his team had been interrupted by Selphie's sudden call. Give me a section. Felix requested while accepting the call. Good news, Sir Felix. Selphie expressed, my mom has agreed to let you bathe in her life essence fountain. You actually pulled it off. Felix's eyes brightened up in delight. Although he knew that Selphie was Lady Yggdrasil's daughter, he still wasn't confident if she would be able to convince her. Though, there is a small issue. Selphie coughed sheepishly, my mom didn't set a date. She told me that you can come anytime and wait for her permission. Oh, that's not really too much of an issue. Felix smiled, I am just grateful for the opportunity. Felix wasn't that entitled to believe that Lady Yggdrasil would go out of her way to please him. After all, he didn't make a bet with her. He didn't mind even waiting a few years until he gets permitted to use the fountain. He understood that the fountain was always in demand and there was a long reservation list to even see it. I am glad. Selphie sighed in relief at his reaction. So, when do you intend to come? She asked eagerly. I need to survive the games first. Felix chuckled at her enthusiasm. Felix wasn't arrogant enough to be certain about his survival in the upcoming fights. After all, he was against Radiant ranked players. As for his previous fight against fog crawlers, his strategy was simply too potent against them, making the fight seem too easy. But, he knew that if they were given even a slight chance, he would be played to death. I am so sorry, I must be bothering you in your training now. Selphie apologized quickly before wishing with a cute voice, break a leg tomorrow, I will be cheering for you. Thanks. Felix hung up and rejoined the training with his teammates. Tomorrow, the quarterfinals would start at an early morning. The 6 qualified teams were Aspidicalon's team, Cherif's team, Siren's team, Dune's team, Jorgamo's team, and lastly, Mananangul's team. Unfortunately for the Darkin faction members, they drew terrible lot at the first round of the tournament, getting them F***ed in the ass by dragons and battle space worms. To make matters worse, Mananangul's team was going to be fighting Dune's team as well. Felix's situation wasn't any better. Tomorrow, he would be fighting Siren's team. He knew that without proper preparation against them, he could be turned into dust with a single sound wave. The next morning. Welcome back everyone, I hope you had some good night's sleep. Michael greeted as he floated above the 6 remaining teams. Felix had still chosen Weber and Rotspon to continue the climb with him. Well, it was to be expected. Slagwing was still being AD**CK. Nina was too lazy and only put her entire effort if the situation called for it. Lastly, Barbie Claw was assigned to be the substitute, making her unable to join the event unless one of the team members died. As you can see from the brackets, today we will be having 3 fights. Michael pointed at the hologram behind him and disclosed loudly, Cherif's team vs Jorgamo's team, Aspidicalon's team vs Siren's team, and last but not least, Mananangle's team vs Dune's team. You better bring your A game in this fight. Michael advised as he eyed Felix and the others. The best performing team will be moved straight to the finals. Since the brackets weren't balanced, one team would be left without an opponent in the semi-finals. Hence, this upcoming fight mattered majorly to every team. While they would be at their peak state and well rested, the other team would be joining them in the finals in a less well condition. How are you going to rate our performances? A vampire inquired calmly. The rest of the champions were intrigued to hear the answer too. The Queen will be responsible for your ratings. Michael answered, she will be including everything, teamwork, individual performance, clean eliminations, injuries, strategies, etc. What if it's a draw? It's highly unlikely to end up as a draw. Michael shrugged his shoulders, but, if it did, we will leave it to Goddess of Luck. The players nodded their heads in understanding. All good. Michael clapped his hands and shouted, let the festivities begin. Felix and the rest of the players were teleported back to their designated areas in the stand. Meanwhile, Cherif's team and Jorgamo's team were sent to a mountainous island that would serve as their battlefield. This would be a rough one for the Spider-Kin. Felix commentated while chilling above Weber's head. True, they are more specialized in ensnaring, assassination, and slow killing. Barbie Claw agreed. Everyone was finding it hard to see a way for the three Spider-Kin to win this fight. One dragon was already a nightmare to deal with, don't even mention three. The only thing going on in their favor was their silk extreme resistance to fire and its uncanny toughness. Still, it was doubtful this would be enough to help them defeat three dragons. Do we really need to go all of us? Red Mercy eyed his teammates and requested, just chill here and let me deal with them. I will be quick. I don't care. Do as you want. Just don't *CK up. The other two dragons shrugged their shoulders, allowing him to go for it. Whoosh! Red Mercy flapped his wings and took off into the sky alone, confusing the viewers. When they saw that the others showed no plans of following him, they figured out what was going on. Arrogant bastards! How dare they degrade the Spider-Kin like this? As expected of dragons, they always act as they pleased. The Spider-Kin spectators made the most noise, feeling insulted and degraded by the dragon's action. They knew that their team stood no chance against three dragons, but they would still prefer having them fighting all of them and losing, than being looked down upon like this. Prepare yourself, I am seeing one of them is coming. Dusthand informed while peeking at Red Mercy from underneath a giant boulder. Fallen Stone and Spider Mummy were hiding a few kilometers away for their safety. Dusthand wasn't left in the open without support. His abdomen was attached with a thin invisible line of silk that was being held by Fallen Stone. In case he got found out and fired at with a flame orb, they would easily pull him back to safety. Something is weird. Dusthand frowned, I don't see the others behind him. Maybe, they are trying to go around us. Spider Mummy suggested. Don't kid yourself. Fallen Stone smiled bitterly, those are dragons, they will not think too much against us or bother to plan a strategy. As much as I hate to admit it, he is right. Dusthand nodded. In fact, it's more believable that they have sent only one to deal with us. Fallen Stone added. Dusthand and Spider Mummy went quiet all of a sudden at the sound of that. They wanted to argue back and disapprove of his theory, but they recognized that it was the only plausible reason. Let's wait and see. Dusthand narrowed his eyes dangerously at incoming Red Mercy and said, if the other two didn't appear in the next 2 minutes, we can assume it will be a 1 vs 3. That's what they did. For the next 2 minutes, they remained absolutely hidden and kept their eyes on Red Mercy, who was scanning a mountain after another with his infrared vision. Unfortunately, those three had cold blood running through their veins, making them camouflage themselves perfectly with nature. Should I start blowing some shit up to force those pests out? Red Mercy considered after his patience started to run thin. It's confirmed. Dusthand smiled coldly, it's just him. Let's make him regret his choice of coming on us alone. Fallen Stone sneered. We have only one shot to take him down before the other two come to his rescue. Dust Hand stressed, make sure that you don't *ck your parts of the plan. Hat, Peak Diamond player is worrying about us *ing up. Fallen Stone scoffed, worry about yourself. Since Dust Hand had joined the individual game, it meant that he was a mere Peak Diamond ranked player unlike his teammates, they were both at high tier Radiant rank. Their strength levels were absolutely incomparable. Enough, we don't have time to appease your egos. Spider Mummy ordered, Dust Hand, you may begin. Yes, Captain. Dust Hand took a deep breath and emerged from underneath the boulder. Just like Michael, he had 8 long hairy legs, large spherical dark abdomen, and a humanoid upper body. Though, he was a bit different from Michael. His exoskeleton opened up slightly, exposing 2 sets of thin colorful wings. Whoosh whoosh! Without a single ounce of hesitation, he took off into the air akin to a rocket, heading towards Red Mercy. What a confident little pest! Red Mercy raised an eyebrow in surprise after spotting Dust Hand rushing in his direction. Knowing that his dragon breath would fail against such a moving flying target, Red Mercy didn't bother consider using it. Instead, he activated his flame field, turning the area surrounding him into a heated furnace. Then, he flew down, wanting to meet halfway with Dust Hand. Dust Hand needs to use his armored wet silk. Michael shouted, the temperature around Red Mercy is more than enough to burn him into crisp without it. As a spider-kin too, Michael knew what he was talking about. As he mentioned, Dust Hand weaved a blanket of wet sticky thick silk and placed it above his giant abdomen. Then, he controlled it externally to cover every inch of his skin. In less than a split second, he resembled a flying white origami spider. The only thing he didn't cover were his wings since they couldn't flap properly while being covered in his sticky silk. Ignorant fool! Red Mercy scoffed, what's the point of protecting yourself while leaving your wings vulnerable? Everyone wondered the same, knowing that if Dust Hand's wings got burnt off, he would be a sitting duck in the air. Now! The moment Dust Hand entered the hellish flame field, he did the unexpected and retracted his wings within his exoskeleton. This protected them from the flames, but Dust Hand was left without his flight ability. Just as the viewers were about to question his decision, Dust Hand pointed his hands at the fast approaching Red Mercy and launched 2 thick silky strings at him. Because of Red Mercy's gigantic size and momentum, he wasn't able to evade them. They got stuck at the edge of his right wing. Annoying! Red Mercy swung his claw at them, trying to snap them in half. However, when his claw touched them, the sticky strings stretched instead of getting cut. To worsen it, they actually separated themselves from the wings and remained attached to the claw. Red Mercy shook his claw in irritation, trying to get rid of them. But, they remained glued to it completely. Meanwhile, Dust Hand was being thrown left and right with the strings since he didn't let go of them. When Red Mercy saw his, he lifted his claw and positioned Dust Hand right in front of his mouth. Then, he opened his jaws widely and fired a thin laser of condensed flames at Dust Hand. Phew! Unfortunately for him, Dust Hand expected as much and had managed to evade the laser by simply dangling from another string glued to Red Mercy's stomach. Phew! Phew! This time, he didn't wait until Red Mercy caught his string as he kept firing one after another and continuing to swing himself in the air. He wasn't doing so for the giggles. With every swing, Dust Hand made sure to launch a flood of his sticky wet silk at different body parts of Red Mercy. Then, he controlled the silk to spread out on his wings. Right now, he had managed to cover his legs, tail, and a half of his right wing. Enough! Peeved by Dust Hand's pitiful attempts to capture him, Red Mercy took in a deep breath and aimed his jaw at his own body. Then, he let out a breath of flames, trying to burn the silk into ashes. Unfortunately, the fire was strong enough to burn only the glued strings but not the sticky silk covering his limbs. Phew! It's hopeless! My silk specialty is close immunity to fire. As long as it is as thick as a hide, it will be able to resist every flame ability you threw at it. Dust Hand snickered as he swung himself above Red Mercy's head. Crap! I didn't know that. Red Mercy's expression turned a bit twisted after hearing so. However, he still hadn't accepted his fate and kept trying to free himself from the spreading cocoon. Are you kidding me? When Felix and the rest of the players saw his futile struggles, they didn't know if they should praise Dust Hand or mock Red Mercy for not doing his due diligence. Spiderkin were known for their amazing evolutionary traits as much as their elemental traits. There were so many spider species around the universe, every one of them had special type of silk that was related to his environment. Dust Hand species was called Sun Cellar Spider for a reason. They were known for being born in scorching hot planets and living in them without an issue due to their evolutionary traits. Their produced silk naturally had to be extremely resistant to fire. If Red Mercy had known this, he wouldn't have allowed Dust Hand to even get close to him. As expected of dragons. Michael grinned mockingly, too proud for their own good. Pa nda. Novel as a spiderkin too, Michael was naturally a bit biased towards Jorgamo's team. There was no way he would ease his words against Red Mercy, who didn't even bother to do a simple research on Jorgamo's team. Now? Red Mercy could only twist around and try to overpower the silk's toughness with his physical strength. Too bad, the silk used by Dust Hand wasn't solidified. He kept it in its stretchy sticky wet form, so it would stick to Red Mercy like a latex suit. FCK, FCK, F***CK. Red Mercy started to get agitated after his wings had been completely covered with thick silk, making it harder for him to stay in the air. It wasn't just the weight that troubled him but the irritating stretchy form of the silk. While he was struggling to free at least his wings, Dust Hand had stopped swinging a long while ago. Now, he was standing above Red Mercy's head, making himself glued with him. At the same time, he was freely pumping out silk from his palms, rear, and 8 legs. This accelerated the process of putting Red Mercy into a cocoon. Good shit, Dust Hand. Prepare to reinforce him. Fallen Stone and Spider Mummy were satisfied with Dust Hand's performance. They thought that he was either going to fail miserably or succeeded but with heavy wounds. They knew that Red Mercy wasn't to be underestimated. But, they had no idea that Red Mercy's pride and laziness would stop him from even doing his proper homework. Whoosh! He did it! He actually placed a dragon within a cocoon. Michael shouted in euphoric excitement as he watched a humongous spherical white egg started to fall down. Red Mercy was completely covered in silk within the cocoon, he was barely able to move his wings. The viewers could see some bright orange lights escaping from tiny holes in the cocoon, letting them know that Red Mercy had yet to give up on using his flame abilities. He tried his condensed flame beam and managed to punch a small hole through the cocoon. Alas, it was recovered within a split second. He even tried to use an ability called Flame Burst that released flames through his scales, engulfing him entirely in fire. Alas, the fire did nothing to help him out. The silk dreadful resistance was not a joke. He is F***ed big time if he didn't request backup now. Felix said as he watched Red Mercy continue falling down. Felix knew that many dragons were killed at the hands of players from different races by using environment to their own advantage, relying on items, poison, ganging up, etc. He was merely the first person to slay a dragon without relying on items or tricks, making him truly worthy of the title. If Red Mercy landed in the hands of 3 spiderkin while inside a cocoon, his fate wouldn't be too pleasant. I won't beg for assistance regardless of what. Although Red Mercy could see that his situation was miserable, he refused to call for help telepathically. It was simply too humiliating after boasting that he would end this fight alone in a jiffy. Thud. The ground shook and dust rose high above as the cocoon smashed at the bottom of a mountain, creating a giant crater. When the dust settled, the viewers couldn't help but appreciate the silk's toughness. It appeared filthy but not a single cut could be seen. Although the landing was nasty, everyone could see that Red Mercy was still twisting within the cannon, resembling a chick trying to hatch from an egg but failing to do so. Come quickly, we need to eliminate him before his backup arrives. Dust Hand besought his teammates to hurry as he kept strengthening the cocoon with more silk. We are here. Fallen Stone disclosed while swinging from a boulder to another with Spider Mummy. Soon, they landed next to the giant cocoon and couldn't help but compliment simultaneously, good work. Save it for later. Dust Hand rushed them, reinforce the cocoon quickly, I will take care of him with the frenzy poison. When Dust Hand saw that his teammates were pumping silk from their palms at the cocoon, he quickly beamed a small bottle filled with murky dark red liquid. Then, he poured it on a thick line of silk and created a sphere around it. The sphere was to protect the poison against the hellish flames, stopping it from evaporating. As mentioned before, there were many tools to slay a dragon if used properly. The frenzy poison was one of the most common used ones. As long as the poison managed to enter the bloodstream of a dragon, it would cause them to enter a maddened frenzy in exchange for exhausting their lifespan. This poison was used to be a potion for dragons to increase their strength by forcefully making themselves mad if taken with small doses. It was a good potion to help them in tight spots. However, it was found out later on that when used with a large dose, it would make them end up exhausting their lifespans before the potion effect expired. Mix it with other strings. Spider Mummy suggested. I know. Dust Hand created 100 more silky strings and placed them on the cocoon as well. I don't believe it, will they actually succeed in slaying a dragon? Michael's excitement was off the roof as he watched Dust Hand doing his work. He knew that Dust Hand was currently guiding the laced string towards the reversed scale of Red Mercy. The other 100 strings were there to confuse Red Mercy. Since they hadn't wounded him, it was the best option of accessing his bloodstream. His 7 orifices were much harder to penetrate. Mother Kurs must have laced one of those strings. Red Mercy might be blinded within the cocoon, but he could still feel the strings slithering through his scales, trying to find ways to access his bloodstream. Knowing that he couldn't protect his reversed scale and 7 orifices at the same time forever agitated Red Mercy even further. The more agitated the dragons, the angrier they get. It wasn't a smart choice to anger a red dragon. You little insects asked for it. Red Mercy stopped thinking straight as he began to condense a flame orb within his throat. He knew that firing at such a close contact would get him wounded pretty badly. But, he would rather cripple himself than request to be saved by his teammates.